From Tideway to Tideway, 1892 to 95. In sight of Monadnock. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. After the gloom of grey Atlantic weather, our ship came to America in a flood of winter sunshine that made unaccustomed eyelids blink. And the New Yorker, who is nothing if not modest, said, "This isn't a sample of our really fine days. Wait until such and such time comes, or go to such and such a quarter of the city." We were content, and more than content, to drift aimlessly up and down the brilliant streets, wondering a little why the finest light should be wasted on the worst pavements in the world. To walk round and round Madison Square, because that was full of beautifully dressed babies playing counting-out games, or to gaze reverently at the broad-shouldered, pug-nosed Irish New York policeman. Wherever we went there was sun, lavish and unstinted, working 9 hours a day, with the colour and the clean-cut lines of perspective that he makes. That anyone should dare to call this climate muggy, yea, even subtropical, was a shock. There came such a man, and he said, "Go north if you want weather that is weather. Go to New England." So New York passed away upon a sunny afternoon, with her roar and rattle, her complex smells, her triply overheated rooms, and much too energetic inhabitants, while the train went north to the lands where the snow lay. It came in one sweep, almost, it seemed, in one turn of the wheels, covering the winter-killed grass and turning the frozen ponds that looked so white under the shadow of lean trees into pools of ink. As the light closed in, a little wooden town, white, cloaked, and dumb, slid past the windows, and the strong light of the car lamps fell upon a sleigh, the driver furred and muffled to his nose, turning the corner of a street. Now, the sleigh of a picture book, however well one knows it, is altogether different from the thing in real life, a means of conveyance at a journey's end. But it is well not to be over curious in the matter, for the same American who has been telling you at length how he once followed a kilted Scots soldier from Chelsea to the Tower out of pure wonder and curiosity at his bare knees and sporran, will laugh at your interest in just a cutter. The staff of the train. Surely the great American nation would be lost if deprived of the ennobling society of brakeman, conductor, Pullman car conductor, negro porter, and newsboy, told pleasant tales as they spread themselves at ease in the smoking compartments, of snowings up the line to Montreal, of desperate attacks, 4 engines together, and a snowplough in front, on drifts 30 feet high, and the pleasures of walking along the tops of goods wagons to break a train, with the thermometer 30 below freezing. "It comes cheaper to kill men that way than to put air brakes on freight cars," said the brakeman. 30 below freezing! It was inconceivable till one stepped out into it at midnight, and the first shock of that clear, still air took away the breath as does a plunge into sea water. A walrus sitting on a woolpack was our host in his sleigh. He wrapped us in hairy goatskin coats, caps that came down over our ears, buffalo robes and blankets, and yet more buffalo robes, till we too looked like walruses, and moved almost as gracefully. The night was as keen as the edge of a newly ground sword. Breath froze on the coat lapels in snow. The nose became without sensation, the eyes wept bitterly because the horses were in a hurry to get home, and whirling through the air at 0 brings tears. But for the jingle of the sleigh bells, the ride might have taken place in a dream, for there was no sound of hoofs upon the snow. The runners sighed a little now and again as they glided over an inequality, and the sheeted hills around were as dumb as death. Only the Connecticut River kept up its heart and a lane of black water through the packed ice. We could hear the stream worrying round the heels of its small bergs. Elsewhere there was nothing but snow under the moon, snow drifted to the level of the stone fences or curling over their tops in a lip of frosted silver, snow banked high on either side of the road, or lying heavy on the pines and the hemlocks in the woods, where the air seemed by comparison as warm as a conservatory. It was beautiful beyond expression, nature's boldest sketch in black and white, done with a Japanese disregard of perspective, and daringly altered from time to time by the restless pencils of the moon. In the morning, the other side of the picture was revealed in the colours of the sunlight. There was never a cloud in the sky that rested on the snow line of the horizon as a sapphire on white velvet. Hills of pure white, or speckled and furred with woods, rose up above the solid white levels of the fields, and the sun rioted over their embroideries till the eyes ached. Here and there on the exposed slopes the day's warmth, the thermometer was nearly 40 degrees, and the night's cold had made bald and shining crust upon the snow, but the most part was soft powdered stuff, ready to catch the light in 1,000 crystals and multiply it sevenfold. Through this magnificence, and thinking nothing of it, a wood sledge drawn by 2 shaggy red steers, the unbarked logs diamond dusted with snow, shouldered down the road in a cloud of frosty breath. It is the mark of inexperience in this section of the country to confound a sleigh, which you use for riding, with the sledge, which is devoted to heavy work, and it is, I believe, a still greater sign of worthlessness to think that oxen are driven, as they are in most places, by scientific twisting of the tail. The driver, with red mittens on his hands, felt overstockings that came up to his knees, and perhaps a silver grey coonskin coat on his back, walks beside crying "Gee-haw," even as is written in American stories, and the speech of the driver explains many things in regard to the dialect story, which at its best is an infliction to many. Now that I have heard the long unhurried drawl of Vermont, my wonder is, not that the New England tales would be printed in what, for the sake of argument, we will call English and its type, but rather that they should not have appeared in Swedish or Russian. Our alphabet is too limited. This part of the country belongs, by laws unknown, to the United States, but which obtain all the world over to the New England story and the ladies who write it. You feel this in the air as soon as you see the white painted wooden houses left out in the snow, the austere schoolhouse, and the people, the men of the farms, the women who work as hard as they, with, it may be, less enjoyment of life, the other houses well painted and quaintly roofed that belong to judge this, lawyer that, and banker such a one. All powers in the metropolis of 6,000 folk over by the railway station. More acutely still do you realise the atmosphere when you read in the local paper announcements of chicken suppers and church sociables to be given by such and such a denomination, sandwiched between paragraphs of genial and friendly interest, showing that the countryside live, and without slaying each other, on terms of terrifying intimacy. The folk of the old rock, the dwellers in the older houses, born and raised hereabouts, would not live out of the town for any consideration. And there are insane people from the south, men and women from Boston and the like, who actually build houses out in the open country, 2 and even 3 miles from Main Street, which is nearly 400 yards long, and the centre of life and population. With the strangers, more particularly if they do not buy their groceries in the street, which means and is the town has little to do, but it knows everything, and much more also, that goes on among them. Their dresses, their cattle, their views, the manners of their children, their manner towards their servants, and every other conceivable thing is reported, digested, discussed, and rediscussed up and down Main Street. Now, the wisdom of Vermont, not being at all times equal to grasping all the problems of everybody else's lives with delicacy, sometimes makes pathetic mistakes, and the town is set by the ears. You see, therefore, that towns of a certain size do not differ materially all the world over. The talk of the men of the farms is of their farms, purchase, mortgage, and sale, recorded rights, boundary lines, and road tax. It was in the middle of New Zealand, on the edge of the wild horse plains, that I heard this talk last, when a man and his wife, 20 miles from the nearest neighbour, sat up half the night discussing just the same things that the men talked of in Main Street, Vermont, USA. There is one man in the state who is much exercised over this place. He is a farm hand, raised in a hamlet 15 or 20 miles from the nearest railway, and, greatly daring, he has wandered here. The bustle and turmoil of Main Street, the new glare of the electric lights, and the 5-storied brick business block frighten and distress him much. He has taken service on a farm well away from these delirious delights, and, says he, I've been offered $25 a month to work in a bakery in New York, but you don't get me to know New York. I've seen this place, and it just scares me. His strength is in the drawing of hay and the feeding of cattle. Winter life on a farm does not mean the comparative idleness that is so much written of. Each hour seems to have its 60 minutes of work, for the cattle are housed and eat eternally. The colts must be turned out for their drink, and the ice broken for them if necessary. Then ice must be stored for the summer use. Then the real work of hauling logs for firewood begins. New England depends for its fuel on the woods. The trees are blazed in the autumn just before the fall of the leaf, felled later, cut into 4-foot lengths, and as soon as the friendly snow makes sledging possible, drawn down to the woodhouse. Afterwards, the needs of the farm can be attended to, and a farm, like an arch, is never at rest. A little later will come maple sugar time, when the stately maples are tapped and as the sap begins to stir, and beringed with absurd little buckets. A cow being milked into a thimble gives some idea of the proportion, which are emptied into cauldrons. Afterwards, this is the time of the sugaring off parties, you pour the boiled syrup into tins full of fresh snow, where it hardens, and you pretend to help and become very sticky and make love, boys and girls together. Even the introduction of patent sugar evaporators has not spoiled the love-making. There is a certain scarcity of men to make love with, not so much in towns, which have their own manufactories and lie within a lover's Sabbath day journey of New York, but in the farms and villages. The men have gone away. The young men are fighting fortune further west, and the women remain for ever as women must. On the farms, when the children depart, the old man and the old woman strive to hold things together without help, and the woman's portion is work and monotony. Sometimes she goes mad to the extent which appreciably affects statistics and is put down in census reports. More often, let us hope, she dies. In the villages, where the necessity for heavy work is not so urgent, the women find consolation in the formation of literary clubs and circles, and so gather to themselves a great deal of wisdom in their own way. That way is not altogether lovely. They desire facts and knowledge, that they are at a certain page in a German or Italian book before a certain time, or that they have read the proper books in a proper way. At any rate, they have something to do that seems as if they were doing something. It has been said that the New England stories are cramped and narrow. Even a far-off view of the iron-bound life whence they are drawn justifies the author. You can carve a nut in 1,000 different ways by reason of the hardness of the shell. 20 or 30 miles across the hills, on the way to the Green Mountains, lie some finished chapters of pitiful stories. A few score abandoned farms, started in a lean land, held fiercely so long as there was anyone to work them, and then left on the hillsides. Beyond this desolation are woods, where the bear and the deer still find peace, and sometimes even the beaver forgets that he is persecuted and dares to build his lodge. These things were told me by a man who loved the woods for their own sake and not for the sake of slaughter, a quiet, slow-spoken man of the West, who came across the drifts on snowshoes and refrained from laughing when I borrowed his footgear and tried to walk. The gigantic lawn tennis bats strung with hide are not easy to manoeuvre. If you forget to keep the long heels down and trailing in the snow, you turn over and become as a man who falls into deep water with a life belt tied to his ankles. If you lose your balance, do not attempt to recover it, but drop, half sitting and half kneeling, over as large an area as possible. When you have mastered the wolf step, can slide one shoe above the other deftly, that is to say, the sensation of paddling over a 10-foot deep drift and taking short cuts by buried fences is worth the ankle ache. The man from the West interpreted to me the signs on the snow, showed how a fox (this section of the country is full of foxes, and men shoot them because riding is impossible) leaves one kind of spoor. Walking with circumspection, as becomes a thief, and a dog who has nothing to be ashamed of but widens his four legs and plunges, another. How coons go to sleep for the winter, and squirrels too, and how the deer on the Canada border trample down deep paths that are called yards, and are caught there by inquisitive men with cameras, who hold them by their tails when the deer have blundered into deep snow, and so photograph their frightened dignity. He told me of people also, the manners and customs of New Englanders here, and how they blossom and develop in the far West on the newer railway lines, when matters come very nearly to civil war between rival companies racing for the same canyon. How there is a country not very far away called Caledonia, populated by the Scotch, who can give points to a New Englander in a bargain, and how these same Scotch Americans by birth name their townships still after the cities of their thrifty race. It was all as new and delightful as the steady scrunch of the snowshoes and the dazzling silence of the hills. Beyond the very furthest range, where the pines turned to a faint blue haze against the one solitary peak, a real mountain and not a hill, showed like a gigantic thumbnail pointing heavenward. "That's Monadnock," said the man from the West. "All the hills have Indian names. You left Montastquat on your right coming out of town. You know how often it happens that a word shuttles in and out of many years, waking all sorts of incongruous associations. I had met Monadnock on paper in a shameless parody of Emerson's style, before ever style or verse had interest for me. But the word stuck because of a rhyme, in which one was crowned coeval with Monadnock's crest, and my wings extended touched the east and west. Later, the same word, pursued on the same principle as that blessed one Mesopotamia, led me to and through Emerson, up to his poem on the peak itself. The wise old giant busy with his sky affairs, who makes us sane and sober and free from little things if we trust him. So Monadnock came to mean everything that was helpful, healing, and full of quiet. And when I saw him, half across New Hampshire, he did not fail. In that utter stillness, a hemlock bough, overweighted with snow, came down a foot or two, with a tired little sigh. The snow slid off, and the little branch flew nodding back to his fellows. For the honour of Monadnock, there was made that afternoon an image of snow of Gautama Buddha, something too squat and not altogether equal on both sides, but with an imperial and reposeful waist. He faced towards the mountain, and presently some men in a wood sledge came up the road and faced him. Now, the amazed comments of two Vermont farmers on the nature and properties of a swag-bellied god are worth hearing. They are not troubled about his race, for he was aggressively white, but rounded waists seemed to be out of fashion in Vermont. At least they said so, with rare and curious oaths. Next day, all the idleness and trifling were drowned in a snowstorm that filled the hollows of the hills with whirling blue mist, bowed the branches of the woods till you ducked, but were powdered all the same when you drove through, and wiped out the sleighing tracks. Mother Nature is beautifully tidy if you leave her alone. She rounded off every angle, broke down every scarp, tucked the white bedclothes till not a wrinkle remained, up to the chine of the spruces and the hemlocks that would not go to sleep. "Now," said the man of the West, as we were driving to the station, and alas to New York, "all my snow tracks are gone, but when that snow melts, a week hence or a month hence, they'll all come up again and show where I've been." Curious idea, is it not? Imagine a murder committed in the lonely woods, a snowstorm that covers the tracks of the flying man before the avenger of blood has buried the body. And then, a week later, the withdrawal of the traitorous snow, revealing step by step the path Cain took, the 6-inch D-trail of his snowshoes, each step a dark disk on the white till the very end. There is so much, so very much to write, if it were worth while, about that queer little town by the railway station, with its life running for all outward seeming as smooth as the hack coupés on their sleigh mounting, and within disturbed by the hatreds and troubles and jealousies that vex the minds of all but the gods. For instance, no, it's better to remember the lesson of Monadnock. And Emerson has said, Zeus hates busybodies and people who do too much. That there are such folk, a long nasal drawl across Main Street attests. A farmer is unhitching his horses from a post opposite a store. He stands with the tie rope in his hand and gives his opinion to his neighbour and the world generally. But them there Andersons, they ain't got no notion of etiquette. End of Chapter 1. In Sight of Monadnock. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Tideway to Tideway, 1892 to 95. Across a Continent. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. It is not easy to escape from a big city. An entire continent was waiting to be traversed, and for that reason we lingered in New York till the city felt so homelike that it seemed wrong to leave it. And further, the more one studied it, the more grotesquely bad it grew. Bad in its paving, bad in its streets, bad in its street police, and, but for the kindness of the tides, would be worse than bad in its sanitary arrangements. No one has yet approached the management of New York in a proper spirit. That is to say, regarding it as the shiftless outcome of squalid barbarism and reckless extravagance. No one is likely to do so, because reflections on the long, narrow pig trough are construed as malevolent attacks against the spirit and majesty of the great American people, and lead to angry comparisons. Yet if all the streets of London were permanently up, and all the lamps permanently down, this would not prevent the New York streets, taken in a lump, from being first cousins to a Zanzibar foreshore, or kin to the approaches of a Zulu kraal. Gullies, holes, ruts, cobblestones awry, curbstones rising from 2 to 6 inches above the level of the slatternly pavement, tram lines from 2 to 3 inches above street level, building materials scattered half across the street, lime, boards, cut stone and ash barrels, generally and generously everywhere. Wheeled traffic taking its chances, dray versus brougham at crossroads. Sway-backed poles whittled and unpainted, drunken lamp-posts with twisted irons, and, lastly, a generous scatter of filth and more mixed stinks than the winter wind can carry away, are matters which can be considered quite apart from the spirit of democracy or the future of this great and growing country. In any other land they would be held to represent slovenliness, sordidness, and want of capacity. Here it is explained, not once but many times, that they show the speed at which the city has grown, and the enviable indifference of her citizens to matters of detail. One of these days, you're told, everything will be taken in hand and put straight. The unvirtuous rulers of the city will be swept away by a cyclone or a tornado, or something big and booming, of popular indignation. Everybody will unanimously elect the right men, who will justly earn the enormous salaries that are at present being paid to inadequate aliens for road sweepings, and all will be well. At the same time, the lawlessness ingrained by governors among the governed during the last 30, 40, or it may be 50 years, the brutal levity of the public conscience in regard to public duty, the toughening and suppling of public morals, and the reckless disregard for human life, bred by impotent laws and fostered by familiarity with needless accidents and criminal neglect, will miraculously disappear. If the laws of cause and effect that control even the freest people in the world say otherwise, so much the worse for the laws. America makes her own. Behind her stands the ghost of the most bloody war of the century, caused in a peaceful land by long temporizing with lawlessness, by letting things slide, by shiftlessness and blind disregard for all save the need of the hour, till the hour long conceived and let alone stood up full armed, and men said, "Here is an unforeseen crisis," and killed each other in the name of God for 4 years. In a heathen land, the three things that are supposed to be the pillars of moderately decent government are regard for human life, justice, criminal and civil, as far as it lies in man to do justice, and good roads. In this Christian city, they think lightly of the first. Their own papers, their own speech, and their own actions prove it. Buy and sell the second at a price openly and without shame, and are apparently content to do without the third. One would almost expect racial sense of humour would stay them from expecting only praise, slab, lavish, and slavish, from the stranger within their gates. But they do not. If he holds his peace, they forge tributes to their own excellence, which they put into his mouth, thereby treating their own land, which they profess to honour, as a quack treats his pills. If he speaks, but you shall see for yourself what happens then. And they cannot see that by untruth and invective it is themselves alone that they injure. The blame of their city evils is not altogether with the gentlemen, chiefly of foreign extraction, who control the city. These find a people made to their hand, a lawless breed ready to wink at one evasion of the law if they themselves may profit by another, and in their rare leisure hours content to smile over the details of a clever fraud. Then, says the cultured American, give us time, we shall arrive. And the otherwise American, who is aggressive, straightway proceeds to thrust a piece of half-hanged municipal botchwork under the nose of the alien as a sample of perfected effort. There is nothing more delightful than to sit for a strictly limited time with a child who tells you what he means to do when he's a man. But when that same child, loud-voiced, insistent, unblushingly eager for praise, but thin-skinned as the most morbid of hobbledehoys, stands about all your ways, telling you the same story in the same voice, you begin to yearn for something made and finished. Say Egypt and a completely dead mummy. It is neither seemly nor safe to hint that the government of the largest city in the States is a despotism of the alien by the alien for the alien, tempered with occasional insurrections of the decent folk. Only the Chinaman washes the dirty linen of other lands. St. Paul, Minnesota. Yes, it is very good to get away once more and pick up the old and ever fresh business of the vagrant, loafing through new towns, learned in the manner of dogs, babies, and perambulators half the world over, and tracking the seasons by the upgrowth of flowers in stranger people's gardens. St. Paul, standing at the barn door of the Dakota and Minnesota granaries, is all things to all men, except to Minneapolis, 11 miles away, whom she hates and by whom she is patronized. She calls herself the capital of the Northwest, the new Northwest, and her citizens wear not only the tall silk hat of trade, but the soft slouch of the West. She talks in another tongue than the New Yorker, and, sure sign that we are far across the continent, her papers argue with the San Francisco ones over rate wars and the competition of railway companies. St. Paul has been established for many years, and if one were reckless enough to go down to the business quarters, one would hear all about her and more also. But the residential parts of the town are the crown of it. In common with scores of other cities, broad-crowned suburbs, using the word in the English sense, that make the stranger jealous. You get here what you do not get in the city: well paved or asphalted roads, planted with trees, and trim sidewalks studded with houses of individuality, not boorishly fenced off from each other, but standing each on its own plot of well-kept turf running down to the pavement. It is always Sunday in these streets of a morning. The cable car has taken the men downtown to business, the children are at school, and the big dogs, 3 1/3 to each absent child, lie nosing the winter-killed grass and wondering when the shoots will make it possible for a gentleman to take his spring medicine. In the afternoon, the children on tricycles stagger up and down the asphalt with due proportion of big dogs at each wheel. The cable cars coming uphill begin to drop the men each at his own door, the door of the house that he builded for himself, though the architect incited him to that vile little attic tower and useless loggia. And, naturally enough, twilight brings the lovers walking 2 by 2 along the very quiet ways. You can tell from the houses almost the exact period at which they were built, whether in the jigsaw days, when it behoved respectability to use unlovely turned rails and pierced gable ends, or during the colonial craze, which means white paint and fluted pillars, or in the latest domestic era, a most pleasant mixture, that is, of stained shingles, hooded dormer windows, cunning verandas, and recessed doors. Seeing these things, one begins to understand why the Americans visiting England are impressed with the old and not with the new. He is not much more than 100 years ahead of the English in design, comfort, and economy, and, this is most important, labour-saving appliances in his house. From Newport to San Diego, you will find the same thing today. Last tribute of respect and admiration. One little brown house at the end of an avenue is shuttered down, and the doctor's buggy stands before it. On the door, a large blue and white label says, "Scarlet Fever." Oh, most excellent municipality of St. Paul! It is because of these little things, and not by rowdying and racketing in public places, that a nation becomes great and free and honoured. In the cars tonight they will be talking wheat, girdling at Minneapolis, and sneering at Duluth's demand for 20 feet of water from Duluth to the Atlantic. Matters of no great moment compared with those streets and that label. A day later. 5 days ago there wasn't a foot of earth to see. It was just naturally covered with snow, says the conductor, standing in the rear car of the Great Northern train. He speaks as though the snow had hidden something priceless. Here is the view: one railway track and a line of staggering telegraph poles, ending in a dot and a blur on the horizon. To the left and right, a sweep, as it were, of the sea. One huge plain of cornland waiting for the spring, dotted at rare intervals with wooden farmhouses, patent self-reapers and binders, almost as big as the houses, ricks left over from last year's abundant harvest, and mottled here and there with black patches to show that the early ploughing had begun. The snow lies in a last few streaks and whirls by the track. From skyline to skyline is black loam and prairie grass so dead that it seems as though no 1 year's sun could waken it. This is the granary of the land, where the farmer who bears the burden of the state, and who therefore ascribes last year's bumper crop to the direct action of the McKinley Bill, has also to bear the ghastly monotony of earth and sky. He keeps his head, having many things to attend to, but his wife sometimes goes mad, as the women do in Vermont. There is little variety in nature's big wheat field. They say that when the corn is in the ear, the wind, chasing shadows across it for miles and miles, breeds as it were a vertigo in those who must look and cannot turn their eyes away. And they tell a nightmare story of a woman who lived with her husband for 14 years at an army post in just such a land as this. Then they were transferred to West Point, among the hills over the Hudson, and she came to New York. But the terror of the tall houses grew upon her and grew, till she went down with brain fever, and the dread of her delirium was that the terrible things would topple down and crush her. That is a true story. They work for harvest with steam ploughs here. How could mere horses face the endless furrows? And they attack the earth with toothed, cogged and spiked engines that would be monstrous in the shops, but here are only speckles on the yellow grass. Even the locomotive is cowed. A train of freight cars is passing along a line that comes out of the blue and goes on till it meets the blue again. Elsewhere, the train would move off with a joyous, vibrant roar. Here, it steals away down the vista of the telegraph poles with an awed whisper, steals away and sinks into the soil. Then comes a town deep in black mud, a straggly, inch-thick plank town with dull red grain elevators. The open country refuses to be subdued even for a few score rods. Each street ends in the illimitable open, and it is as though the whole houseless outside earth were racing through it. Towards evening, under a grey sky, flies up an unframed picture of desolation. In the foreground, a farm wagon almost axle deep in mud, the mire dripping from the slow turning wheels as the man flogs the horses. Behind him, on a knoll of sodden, soggy grass, fenced off by raw rails from the landscape at large, are a knot of utterly uninterested citizens who have flogged horses and raised wheat in their time, but to-day lie under chipped and weather-worn wooden headstones. Surely burial here must be more awful to the newly made ghost than burial at sea. There's more snow as we go north, and nature is hard at work breaking up the ground for the spring. The thaw has filled every depression with a sullen, grey-black spate, and out at the levels the water lies 6 inches deep, in stretch upon stretch as far as the eye can reach. Every culvert is full, and the broken ice clinks against the wooden pier guards of the bridges. Somewhere in this flatness there is a refreshing jingle of spurs among the cars, and a man of the Canadian Mounted Police swaggers through with his black fur cap and the yellow tab aside, his well-fitting overalls and his better set-up back. One wants to shake hands with him because he is clean and does not slouch nor spit, trims his hair and walks as a man should. Then a custom house officer wants to know too much about cigars, whisky and Florida water. Her Majesty the Queen of England and Empress of India has us in her keeping. Nothing has happened to the landscape, and Winnipeg, which is, as it were, a centre of distribution for emigrants, stands up to her knees in the water of the thaw. The year has turned in earnest, and somebody is talking about the first ice shove at Montreal, 1,300 or 1,400 miles east. They will not run trains on Sunday at Montreal, and this is Wednesday. Therefore, the Canadian Pacific makes up a train for Vancouver at Winnipeg. This is worth remembering because few people travel in that train, and you escape any rush of tourists running westward to catch the Yokohama boat. The car is your own, and with it the service of the porter. Our porter, seeing things were slack, beguiled himself with a guitar, which gave a triumphal and festive touch to the journey, ridiculously out of keeping with the view. For 28 long hours did the bored locomotive trail us through a flat and hairy land, powdered, ribbed and speckled with snow, small snow that drives like dust shot in the wind, the land of Assiniboia. Now and again, for no obvious reason to the outside mind, there was a town. Then the towns gave place to section so-and-so. Then there were trails of the buffalo, where he once walked in his pride. Then there was a mound of white bones, supposed to belong to the said buffalo. And then the wilderness took up the tale. Some of it was good ground, but most of it seemed to have fallen by the wayside, and the tedium of it was eternal. At twilight, an unearthly sort of twilight, there came another curious picture. Thus a wooden town shut in among low, treeless, rolling ground, a calling river that ran unseen between scarped banks, barracks of a detachment of mounted police, a little cemetery where ex-troopers rested, a painfully formal public garden with pebble paths and foot-high fir trees, a few lines of railway buildings, white women walking up and down the street in the bitter cold with their bonnets off, some Indians in red blanketing with buffalo horns for sale trailing along the platform, and, not 10 yards from the track, a cinnamon bear and a young grizzly standing up with extended arms in their pens and begging for food. It was strange beyond anything that this bald telling can suggest, opening a door to a new world. The only commonplace thing about the spot was its name, Medicine Hat, which struck me instantly as the only possible name such a town could carry. This is that place which later became a town, but I had seen it 3 years before, when it was even smaller and was reached by me in a freight car, ticket unpaid for. That next morning brought us the Canadian Pacific Railway as one reads about it. No pen of man could do justice to the scenery there. The guide books struggled desperately with descriptions, adapted for summer reading, of rushing cascades, lichened rocks, waving pines, and snow-capped mountains. But in April, these things are not there. The place is locked up, dead as a frozen corpse. The mountain torrent is a boss of palest emerald ice against the dazzle of the snow. The pine stumps are capped and hooded with gigantic mushrooms of snow. The rocks are overlaid 5 feet deep, the rocks, the fallen trees, and the lichens together. And the dumb white lips curl up to the track cut in the side of the mountain and grin there, fanged with gigantic icicles. You may listen in vain when the train stops for the least sign of breath or power among the hills. The snow has smothered the rivers, and the great looping trestles run over what might be a lather of suds in a huge wash-tub. The old snow nearby is blackened and smirched with the smoke of locomotives, and its dullness is grateful to aching eyes. But the men who live upon the line have no consideration for these things. At a halting place in a gigantic gorge walled in by the snows, one of them reels from a tiny saloon into the middle of the track, where half a dozen dogs are chasing a pig off the metals. He is beautifully and eloquently drunk. He sings, waves his hands, and collapses behind a shunting engine, while 4 of the loveliest peaks that the Almighty ever moulded look down upon him. The landslide that should have wiped that saloon into kindlings has missed its mark and struck a few miles down the line. One of the hillsides moved a little in dreaming of the spring and caught a passing freight train. Our cars grind cautiously by, for the wrecking engine has only just come through. The deceased engine is standing on its head in soft earth 30 or 40 feet down the slide, and 2 long cars loaded with shingles are dropped carelessly atop of it. It looks so marvellously like a toy train flung aside by a child that one cannot realize what it means, till a voice cries, "Anyone killed?" The answer comes back, "No, all jumped." And you perceive with a sense of personal insult that this slovenliness of the mountain is an affair which may touch your own sacred self. In which case, but the train is out on a trestle, into a tunnel, and out on a trestle again. It was here that everyone began to despair of the line when it was under construction, because there seemed to be no outlet. But a man came, as a man always will, and put a descent thus, and a curve in this manner, and a trestle so, and behold, the line went on. It is in this place that we heard the story of the Canadian Pacific Railway, told as men tell a many times repeated tale, with exaggerations and omissions, but an imposing tale none the less. In the beginning, when they would federate the Dominion of Canada, it was British Columbia who saw objections to coming in, and the Prime Minister of those days promised it for a bribe an iron band between tidewater and tidewater that should not break. Then everybody laughed, which seems necessary to the health of most big enterprises, and while they were laughing, things were being done. The Canadian Pacific Railway was given a bit of a line here and a bit of a line there, and almost as much land as it wanted, and the laughter was still going on when the last spike was driven between east and west, at the very place where the drunken man sprawled behind the engine. and the iron band ran from tideway to tideway, as the Premier said. And people in England said, "How interesting," and proceeded to talk about the bloated army estimates. Incidentally, the man who told us he had nothing to do with the Canadian Pacific Railway explained how it paid the line to encourage immigration, and told of the arrival at Winnipeg of a trainload of Scotch crofters on a Sunday. They wanted to stop then and there for the Sabbath, they and all the little stock they had brought with them. It was the Winnipeg agent who had to go among them arguing he was Scotch too, and they could not quite understand it on the impropriety of dislocating the company's traffic. So their own minister held a service in the station, and the agent gave them a good dinner, cheering them in Gaelic, at which they wept, and they went on to settle at Moosomin, where they lived happily ever afterwards. Of the manager, the head of the line from Montreal to Vancouver, our companion spoke with reverence that was almost awe. That manager lived in a palace at Montreal, but from time to time he would sally forth in his special car and whirl over his 3,000 miles at 50 miles an hour. The regulation pace is 22, but he sells his neck with his head. Few drivers cared for the honour of taking him over the road. A mysterious man he was, who carried the profile of the line in his head, and more than that, knew intimately the possibilities of back country, which he had never seen or travelled over. There is always one such man on every line. You can hear similar tales from drivers on the Great Western in England, or Eurasian station masters up the big North Western in India. Then a fellow traveller spoke, as many others had done, on the possibilities of Canadian union with the United States. And his language was not the language of Mr. Goldwin Smith. It was brutal in places. Summarized, it came to a pronounced objection to having anything to do with a land rotten before it was ripe, a land with 7 million negroes as yet unwelded into the population, their race type unevolved, and rather more than crude notions on murder, marriage, and honesty. "We've picked up their ways of politics," he said mournfully. "That comes of living next door to them. But I don't think we're anxious to mix up with their other messes. They say they don't want us. They keep on saying it. There's a nigger on the fence somewhere, or they wouldn't lie about it." "But does it follow they are lying?" "Sure, I've lived among 'em. They can't go straight. There's some damn fraud at the back of it." From this belief he would not be shaken. He had lived among them. Perhaps he had been bested in trade. Let them keep themselves and their manners and customs to their own side of the line, he said. This is very sad and chilling. It seems quite otherwise in New York, where Canada was represented as a ripe plum ready to fall into Uncle Sam's mouth when he should open it. The Canadian has no special love for England. The mother of colonies has a wonderful gift for alienating the affections of her own household by neglect. But perhaps he loves his own country. We ran out of the snow through mile upon mile of snow sheds, braced with 12-inch beams and planked with 2-inch planking. In one place, a snow slide had caught just the edge of a shed and scooped it away as a knife scoops cheese. High up the hills, men had built diverting barriers to turn the drifts, but the drifts had swept over everything and lay 5 deep on the top of the sheds. When we woke, it was on the banks of the muddy Fraser River, and the spring was hurrying to meet us. The snow had gone. The pink blossoms of the wild currant were open. The budding alders stood misty green against the blue-black of the pines. The brambles on the burnt stumps were in tenderest leaf, and every moss on every stone was this year's work, fresh from the hand of the Maker. The land opened into clearings of soft black earth. At one station a hen had laid an egg and was telling the world about it. The world answered with a breath of real spring that flooded the stuffy car and drove us out on the platform to snuff and sing and rejoice and pluck squashy green marsh flags and throw them at the colts and shout at the wild duck that rose from a jewel green lakelet. God be thanked that in travel one can follow the year. This, my spring, I lost last November in New Zealand. Now I shall hold her fast through Japan and the summer into New Zealand again. Here are the waters of the Pacific, and Vancouver, completely destitute of any decent defences, grown out of all knowledge in the last 3 years. At the railway wharf, with never a gun to protect her, lies the Empress of India, the Japan boat. And what more auspicious name could you wish to find at the end of one of the strong chains of empire? End of Across a Continent. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. From Tideway to Tideway, 1892 to 95. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. From Tideway to Tideway, 1892 to 95. The Edge of the East. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. The mist was clearing off Yokohama harbour, and 100 junks had their sails hoisted for the morning breeze. The veiled horizon was stippled with square blurs of silver. An English man of war showed blue-white on the haze. So new was the daylight, and all the water lay out as smooth as the inside of an oyster shell. 2 children in blue and white, their tanned limbs pink in the fresh air, sculled a marvellous boat of lemon-hued wood. And that was our fairy craft to the shore, across the stillness and the mother-of-pearl levels. There are ways and ways of entering Japan. The best is to descend upon it from America and the Pacific, from the barbarians and the deep sea. Coming from the east, the blaze of India and the insolent tropical vegetation of Singapore dull the eye to half colours and little tones. It is at Bombay that the smell of all Asia boards the ship miles offshore and holds the passenger's nose until he is clear of Asia again. That is a violent and aggressive smell, apt to prejudice the stranger, but kin none the less to the gentle and insinuating flavour that stole across the light airs of the daybreak when the fairy boat went to shore. A smell of very clean new wood, split bamboo, wood smoke, damp earth, and the things that people who are not white people eat. A homelike and comforting smell. Then followed, on shore, the sound of an Eastern tongue that is beautiful or not as you happen to know it. The Western races have many languages, but a crowd of Europeans heard through closed doors talk with the Western pitch and cadence. So it is with the East. A line of jinrickshaw coolies sat in the sun discoursing with each other, and it was as though they were welcoming a return in speech that the listener must know as well as English. They talked and they talked, but the ghosts of familiar words would not grow any clearer till presently the smell came down the open streets again, saying that this was the East where nothing matters, and trifles old as the Tower of Babel mattered less than nothing, and that there were old acquaintances waiting at every corner beyond the township. Great is the smell of the East. Railways, telegraphs, docks, and gunboats cannot banish it, and it will endure till the railways are dead. He who has not smelt that smell has never lived. 3 years ago, Yokohama was sufficiently Europeanized in its shops to suit the worst and wickedest taste. Today it is still worse if you keep to the town limits. 10 steps beyond, into the fields, all the civilization stops exactly as it does in another land a few thousand miles further west. The globe-trotting millionaires, anxious to spend money with a hose on whatever caught their libertine fancies, had explained to us aboard ship that they came to Japan in haste, advised by their guidebooks to do so, lest the land should be suddenly civilized between steamer sailing and steamer sailing. When they touched land, they ran to the curio shops to buy things which are prepared for them, mauve and magenta and blue vitriol things. By this time they have a Murray under one arm, and an electric blue eagle with a copperas beak, and a yellow E pluribus unum embroidered on apple green silk under the other. We, being wise, sit in a garden that is not ours, but belongs to a gentleman in slate-coloured silk, who, solely for the sake of the picture, condescends to work as a gardener, in which employ he is sweeping delicately a welt of fallen cherry blossoms under an azalea aching to burst into bloom. Steep stone steps, of the colour that nature ripens through long winters, lead up to this garden by way of clumps of bamboo grass. You see, the smell was right when it talked of meeting old friends. Half a dozen blue-black pines are standing akimbo against a real sky, not a fog blur nor a cloud bank, nor a grey dish clout wrapped round the sun, but a blue sky. A cherry tree on a slope below them throws up a wave of blossom that breaks all creamy white against their feet, and a clump of willows trail their palest green shoots in front of all. The sun sends for an ambassador through azalea bushes, a lordly swallow-tailed butterfly, and his squire very like the flitting chalk blue of the English downs. The warmth of the east that comes through, not over, the lazy body is added to the light of the east, the splendid lavish light that clears but does not bewilder the eye. Then the new leaves of the spring wink like fat emeralds, and the loaded branches of cherry bloom grow transparent and glow as a hand glows held up against flame. Little warm sighs come from the moist warm earth, and the fallen petals stir on the ground, turn over and go to sleep again. Outside, beyond the foliage, where the sunlight lies on the slate-coloured roofs, the ridged rice fields beyond the roofs, and the hills beyond the rice fields, is all Japan. Only all Japan. And this, that they call the old French legation, is the Garden of Eden that most naturally dropped down here after the fall. For some small hint of the beauties to be shown later, there is the roof of a temple, ridged and fluted with dark tiles, flung out casually beyond the corner of the bluff on which the garden stands. Any other curve of the eaves would not have consorted with the sweep of the pine branches. Therefore this curve was made, and being made, was perfect. The congregation of the globe-trotters are in the hotel, scuffling for guides, in order that they may be shown the sights of Japan, which is all one sight. They must go to Tokyo. They must go to Nikko. They must surely see all that is to be seen, and then write home to their barbarian families that they are getting used to the sight of bare brown legs. Before this day is ended, they will all, thank goodness, have splitting headaches and burnt-out eyes. It's better to lie still and hear the grass grow, to soak in the heat and the smell and the sounds and the sights that come unasked. Our garden overhangs the harbour, and by pushing aside one branch, we look down upon a heavy-sterned fishing boat. The straw gold mats of the deck-house pushed back to show the perfect order and propriety of the housekeeping that is going forward. The father fisher, sitting frog fashion, is poking at a tiny box full of charcoal, and the light white ash is blown back into the face of a largish Japanese doll, price 2 shillings and 3p in Bayswater. The doll wakes, turns into a Japanese baby, something more valuable than money could buy, a baby with a shaven head and aimless legs. It crawls to the thing in the polished brown box, is picked up just as it is ready to eat live coals, and set down behind a thwart, where it drums upon a bucket, addressing the firebox from afar. Half a dozen cherry blossoms slide off a bough and waver down to the water close to the Japanese doll, who in another minute will be overside in pursuit of these miracles. The father fisher has it by the pink hind leg, and this time it is tucked away, all but the top knot, out of sight among umber nets and sepia cordage. Being an Oriental, it makes no protest, and the boat scuds out to join the little fleet in the offing. Then 2 sailors of a man of war come along the sea face, lean over the canal below the garden, spit and roll away. The sailor in port is the only superior man. To him all matters rare and curious are either them things or them other things. He does not hurry himself. He does not seek adjectives other than those which custom puts into his mouth for all occasions. But the beauty of life penetrates his being insensibly till he gets drunk, falls foul of the local policeman, smites him into the nearest canal, and disposes of the question of treaty revision with a hiccup. All the same, Jack says that he has a grievance against the policeman, who is paid $1 for every strayed seaman he brings up to the consular courts for overstaying his leave, and so forth. Jack says that the little fellows deliberately hinder him from getting back to his ship, and then, with devilish art and craft of wrestling tricks, there are about 100 of them, and they can throw you with every qualified one, carry him to justice. Now, when Jack is softened with drink, he does not tell lies. This is his grievance, and he says that them blanketed consuls ought to know. They plays into each other's hands and stops you at Toba, the policemen do. The visitor, who is neither seaman nor drunk, cannot swear to the truth of this, or indeed anything else. He moves not only among fascinating scenes and a lovely people, but, as he is sure to find out before he has been a day ashore, between stormy questions. 3 years ago there were no questions that were not going to be settled offhand in a blaze of paper lanterns. The Constitution was new. It has a grey, pale cover with a chrysanthemum at the back, and a Japanese told me then, "Now we have Constitution, same as other countries. And so it is all right. Now we are quite civilized because of Constitution." A perfectly irrelevant story comes to mind here. Do you know that in Madeira once they had a revolution which lasted just long enough for the national poet to compose a national anthem, and then was put down? All that is left of the revolt now is the song that you hear on the twanging nanchette, the baby banjos, of a moonlight night under the banana fronds at the back of Funchal, and the high-pitched nasal refrain of it is Constitucion. Since that auspicious date, it seems that the questions have impertinently come up, and the first and the last of them is that of treaty revision. Says the Japanese government, "Only obey our laws, our new laws that we have carefully compiled from all the wisdom of the West, and you shall go up country as you please and trade where you will, instead of living cooped up in concessions and being judged by consuls. Treat us as you would treat France or Germany, and we will treat you as our own subjects." Here, as you know, the matter rests between the 2,000 foreigners and the 40 million Japanese. A godsend to all editors of Tokyo and Yokohama, and the despair of the newly arrived, in whose nose, remember, is the smell of the East, one and indivisible, immemorial, eternal, and, above all, instructive. Indeed, it is only by walking out at least half a mile that you escape from the aggressive evidences of civilization and come out into the rice fields at the back of the town. Here men with twists of blue and white cloth round their heads are working knee-deep in the thick black mud. The largest field may be something less than 2 tablecloths, while the smallest is, say, a speck of undercliff, on which it were hard to back a rickshaw, wrestled from the beach and growing its clump of barley within spray shot of the waves. The field paths are the trodden tops of the irrigating cuts, and the main roads as wide as 2 perambulators abreast. From the uplands, the beautiful uplands planted in exactly the proper places with pine and maple, the ground comes down in terraced pocket on pocket of rich earth to the levels again, and it would seem that every heavily thatched farmhouse was chosen with special regard to the view. If you look closely, when the people go to work, you will see that a household spreads itself over plots, maybe a quarter of a mile apart. A revenue map of the village shows that this scatteration is apparently designed, but the reason is not given. One thing at least is certain: the assessment of these patches can be no light piece of work. Just the thing, in fact, that would give employment to a large number of small and variegated government officials, any one of whom, assuming that he was of an Oriental cast of mind, might make the cultivator's life interesting. I remember now, a second time seen place brings back things that were altogether buried. Seeing 3 years ago the pile of government papers required in the case of one farm. They were many and systematic, but the interesting thing about them was the amount of work that they must have furnished to those who were neither cultivators nor treasury officials. If one knew Japanese, one could colloque with that gentleman in the straw hat and the blue loincloth who is chopping within a 1/16 inch of his naked toes with the father and mother of all wheel spuds. His version of local taxation might be inaccurate, but it would be sure to be picturesque. Failing his evidence, be pleased to accept 2 or 3 things that may or may not be facts of general application. They differ in a measure from statements in the books. The present land tax is nominally 2 1/2%, payable in cash on a 3, or, as some say, a 5 yearly settlement. But, according to certain officials, there has been no settlement since 1875. Land lying fallow for a season pays the same tax as land in cultivation, unless it is unproductive through flood or calamity. Read earthquake here. The government tax is calculated on the capital value of the land, taking a measure of about 11,000 square feet or a quarter of an acre as the unit. Now, one of the ways of getting at the capital value of the land is to see what the railways have paid for it. The very best rice land, taking the Japanese dollar at 3 shillings, is about £65 10 shillings per acre. Unirrigated land for vegetable growing is something over £9 12 shillings, and forest £2 11 shillings. As these are railway rates, they may be fairly held to cover large areas. In private sales, the prices may reasonably be higher. It is to be remembered that some of the very best rice land will bear 2 crops of rice in the year. Most soil will bear 2 crops, the first being millet, rape, vegetables, and so on, sown on dry soil and ripened at the end of May. Then the ground is at once prepared for the wet crop, to be harvested in October or thereabouts. Land tax is payable in 2 instalments. Rice land pays between the 1st of November and the middle of December, and the 1st of January and the last of February. Other land pays between July and August and September and December. Let us see what the average yield is. The gentleman in the sun hat and the loincloth would shriek at the figures, but they are approximately accurate. Rice naturally fluctuates a good deal, but it may be taken in the rough at $5 15 shillings per koku of 330 pounds. Wheat and maize of the first spring crop is worth about 11 shillings per koku. The first crop gives nearly 1 1/3 koku per tau, the quarter acre unit of measurement aforesaid, or 18 shillings per quarter acre, or £3 12 shillings per acre. The rice crop at 2 koku, or £1 10 shillings. The quarter acre gives £6 per acre. Total £9 12 shillings. This is not altogether bad, if you reflect that the land in question is not the very best rice land, but ordinary number 1 at £25 16 shillings per acre capital value. A son has the right to inherit his father's land on the father's assessment, so long as its term runs, or when the term has expired, has prior claim against anyone else. Part of the taxes, it is said, lies by in the local prefecture's office as a reserve fund against inundations. Yet, and this seems a little confusing, there are between 5 and 7 other local, provincial, and municipal taxes which can reasonably be applied to the same ends. No one of these taxes exceeds a half of the land tax, unless it be the local prefecture tax of 2.5%. In the old days, the people were taxed, or perhaps squeezed would be the better word, to about 1/2 of the produce of the land. There are those who may say that the present system is not so advantageous as it looks. Beforetime, the farmers, it is true, paid heavily, but only on their nominal holdings. They could, and often did, hold more land than they were assessed on. Today, a rigid bureaucracy surveys every foot of their farms, and upon every foot they have to pay. Somewhat similar complaints are made still by the simple peasantry of India, for if there is one thing the Oriental detests more than another, it is the damnable Western vice of accuracy. That leads to doing things by rule. Still, by the look of those terraced fields, where the water is led so cunningly from level to level, the Japanese cultivator must enjoy at least one excitement. If the villages up the valley tamper with the water supply, there must surely be excitement down the valley, argument, protest, and the breaking of heads. The days of romance, therefore, are not all dead.
This that follows happened on the coast, 20 miles through the fields from Yokohama.
At Kamakura, that's to say, where the great bronze Buddha sits facing the sea to hear the centuries go by. He's been described again and again, his majesty, his aloofness, and every one of his dimensions, the smoky little shrine within him, and the plumed hill that makes the background to his throne. For that reason, he remains, as he remained from the beginning, beyond all hope of description, as it might be a visible god sitting in the garden of a world made new. They sell photographs of him with tourists standing on his thumbnail, and, apparently, any brute of any gender can scrawl his or its ignoble name over the inside of the massive bronze plates that make him up. Think for a moment of the indignity and the insult. Imagine the ancient orderly gardens with their clipped trees, shorn turf, and silent ponds smoking in the mist that the hot sun soaks up after rain, and the green bronze image of the teacher of the law wavering there as it half seems through incense clouds. The earth is all one censer, and myriads of frogs are making up the haze ring. It is too warm to do more than to sit on a stone and watch, the eyes that, having seen all things, see no more, the down-dropped eyes, the forward droop of the head, and the colossal simplicity of the folds of the robe over arm and knee. Thus, and in no other fashion, did Buddha sit in the old days when Ananda asked questions, and the dreamer began to dream of the lives that lay behind him ere the lips moved. And, as the chronicles say, he told a tale. This would be the way he began, for dreamers in the East tell something the same sort of tales today. Long ago, when Devata was king of Benares, there lived a virtuous elephant, a reprobate ox, and a king without understanding. And the tale would end after the moral had been drawn for Ananda's benefit. Now, the reprobate ox was such an one, and the king was such another, but the virtuous elephant was I myself, Ananda. Thus then he told the tales in the bamboo grove, and the bamboo grove is there today. Little blue and grey and slate-robed figures pass under its shadow, buy 2 or 3 joss sticks, disappear into the shrine, that is, the body of the god, come out smiling, and drift away through the shrubberies. A fat carp in a pond sucks at a fallen leaf with just the sound of a wicked little worldly kiss. Then the earth steams and steams in silence, and a gorgeous butterfly, full 6 inches from wing to wing, cuts through the steam in a zigzag of colour and flickers up to the forehead of the god. And Buddha said that a man must look on everything as illusion, even light and colour, the time-worn bronze of metal against blue-green of pine and pale emerald of bamboo, the lemon sash of the girl in the cinnamon dress, with coral pins in her hair, leaning against a block of weather-bleached stone, and last, the spray of blood-red azalea that stands on the pale gold mats of the tea-house beneath the honey-coloured thatch. To overcome desire and covetousness of mere gold,
which is often very vilely designed.
That is conceivable. But why must a man give up the delight of the eye, colour that rejoices, light that cheers, and line that satisfies the innermost deeps of the heart? Ah, if the Bodhisat had only seen his own image! End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. From Tideway to Tideway, 1892 to 95. Our Overseas Men. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. All things considered, there are only two kinds of men in the world, those that stay at home and those that do not. The second are the most interesting. Some day a man will bethink himself and write a book about the breed, in a book called The Book of the Overseas Club. For it is at the club houses all the way from Aden to Yokohama that the life of the overseas men is best seen and their talk is best heard. A strong family likeness runs through both buildings and members, and a large and careless hospitality is the note. There is always the same open-doored, high-ceilinged house with matting on the floors, the same come and go of dark-skinned servants, and the same assembly of men talking horse or business, in raiment that would fatally scandalise a London committee, among files of newspapers from a fortnight to 5 weeks old. The life of the overseas men includes plenty of sunshine and as much air as may be stirring. At the Cape, where the Dutch housewives distill and sell the very potent Vanderhoom, and the absurd home-made hansom cabs waddle up and down the yellow dust of Alderley Street, are the members of the big import and export firms, the shipping and insurance offices, the inventors of mines and exploiters of new territories, with now and then an officer strayed from India to buy mules for the government, a government house aide-de-camp, a sprinkling of the officers of the garrison, tan skippers of the Union and Castle lines, and naval men from the squadron at Simonstown. Here they talk of the sins of Cecil Rhodes, the insolence of Natal, the beauties or otherwise of the solid Boer vote, and the dates of the steamers. The argot is Dutch and Kaffir, and everyone can hum the national anthem that begins, "Pack your kit and trek, Johnny Bowler." In the stately Hong Kong clubhouse, which is to the further what the Bengal Club is to the nearer East, you meet much the same gathering, minus the mining speculators, and plus men whose talk is of tea, silk, shortings, and Shanghai ponies. The speech of the outside men at this point becomes fearfully mixed with pidgin English and local Chinese terms, rounded with corrupt Portuguese. At Melbourne, in a long veranda giving on a grass plot, where laughing jackasses laugh very horribly, sit wool kings, premiers, and breeders of horses after their kind. The older men talk of the days of the Eureka Stockade, and the younger of shearing wars in North Queensland, while the traveller moves timidly among them, wondering what under the world every third word means. At Wellington, overlooking the harbour, all right-minded clubs should command the sea. Another, and yet a like sort of men, speak of sheep, the rabbits, the land courts, and the ancient heresies of Sir Julius Vogel, and their more expressive sentences borrow from the Maori. And elsewhere and elsewhere and elsewhere, among the outside men it is the same mixture of every trade, calling, and profession under the sun, the same clash of conflicting interests touching the uttermost parts of the earth, the same intimate and sometimes appalling knowledge of your neighbour's business and shortcomings, the same large-palmed hospitality, and the same interest on the part of the younger men in the legs of a horse. Decidedly, it is at the Overseas Club all the world over that you get to know some little of the life of the community. London is egotistical, and the world for her ends with the 4-mile cab radius. There is no provincialism like the provincialism of London. That big slack water, coated with the drift and rubbish of 1,000 men's thoughts, esteems itself the open sea, because the waves of all the oceans break on her borders. To those in her midst she is terribly imposing, but they forget that there is more than one kind of imposition. Look back upon her from 10,000 miles, when the mail is just in at the Overseas Club, and she is wondrous tiny. 9/10 of her news, so vital, so epoch-making over there, loses its significance, and the rest is as the scuffling of ghosts in a back attic. Here in Yokohama, the Overseas Club has 2 mails and 4 sets of papers, English, French, German and American, as suits the variety of its constitution. And the veranda by the sea where the big telescope stands is a perpetual feast of the Pentecost. The population of the club changes with each steamer in harbour, for the sea captains swing in, are met with "Hello, where did you come from?" and mix at the bar and billiard tables for their appointed time and go to sea again. The white-painted warships supply their contingent of members also, and there are wonderful men, minds of most fascinating adventure, who have an interest in sealing brigs that go to the Kurile Islands and somehow get into trouble with the Russian authorities. Consuls and judges of the consular courts meet men over on leave from the China ports, or maybe Manila, and they all talk tea, silk, banking and exchange with its fixed residents. Everything is always as bad as it can possibly be, and everybody is on the verge of ruin. That is why, when they have decided that life is no longer worth living, they go down to the skittle alley to commit suicide. From the outside, when a cool wind blows among the papers and there is a sound of smashing ice from in an inner apartment, and every third man is talking about the approaching races, the life seems to be a desirable one. What more could a man need to make him happy, says the passer-by. A perfect climate, a lovely country, plenty of pleasant society, and the politest people on earth to deal with. The resident smiles and invites the passer-by to stay through July and August. Further, he presses him to do business with the politest people on earth, and to continue doing so for a number of years. Thus, the traveller perceives beyond doubt the resident is prejudiced by the very fact of his residence, and gives it as his matured opinion that Japan is a faultless land, marred only by the presence of the foreign community. And yet, let us consider. It is the foreign community that has made it possible for the traveller to come and go from hotel to hotel, to get his passport for inland travel, to telegraph his safe arrival to anxious friends, and generally enjoy himself much more than he would have been able to do in his own country. Government and gunboats may open a land, but it is the men of the Overseas Club that keep it open. Their reward, not alone in Japan, is the bland patronage, or the scarcely veiled contempt, of those who profit by their labours. It is hopeless to explain to a traveller who has been ohioed into half a dozen shops and sayonara'd out of half a dozen more, and politely cheated in each one, that the Japanese is an Oriental, and therefore embarrassingly economical of the truth. That's his politeness, says the traveller. He does not wish to hurt your feelings. Love him and treat him like a brother, and he'll change. To treat one of the most secretive races on a brotherly basis is not very easy, and the natural politeness that enters into a signed and sealed contract and undulates out of it as soon as it does not sufficiently pay is more than embarrassing. It's almost annoying. The want of fixity or commercial honour may be due to some natural infirmity of the artistic temperament, or to the manner in which the climate has affected, and his ruler has ruled, the man himself for untold centuries. Those who know the East know, where the system of squeeze, which is commission, runs through every transaction of life, from the sale of a groom's place upwards, where the woman walks behind the man in the streets, and where the peasant gives you for the distance to the next town as many or as few miles as he thinks you will like, that these things must be so. Those who do not know will not be persuaded till they live there. The Overseas Club puts up its collective nose scornfully when it hears of the new and regenerate Japan, sprung to life since the 70s. It grins, with shame be it written, at an imperial diet modelled on the German plan, and at a Code Napoleon à la Japonaise. It is so far behind the new era as to doubt that an Oriental country ridden by etiquette of the sternest, and social distinctions almost as hard as those of caste, can be turned to Western gauge in the compass of a very young man's life. And it must be prejudiced, because it is daily and hourly in contact with the Japanese, except when it can do business with the Chinaman whom it prefers. Was there ever so disgraceful a club? Just at present, a crisis, full-blown as a chrysanthemum, has developed in the imperial diet. Both houses accuse the government of improper interference. This Japanese for plenty stick and some banknote at recent elections. They then did what was equivalent to passing a vote of censure on the ministry and refusing to vote government measures. So far, the wildest advocate of representative government could have desired nothing better. Afterwards, things took a distinctly oriental turn. The ministry refused to resign, and the Mikado prorogued the diet for a week to think things over. The Japanese papers are now at issue over the event. Some say that representative government implies party government, and others swear at large. The Overseas Club says, for the most part, Skittles. It is a picturesque situation, one that suggests romances and extravaganzas. Thus imagine a dreaming court entrenched behind a triple line of moats where the lotus blooms in summer, a court whose outer fringe is aggressively European, but whose heart is Japan of long ago, where a dreaming king sits among some wives or other things, amused from time to time with magic lantern shows and performing fleas. A holy king, whose sanctity is used to conjure with, and who twice a year gives garden parties where everyone must come in top hat and frock coat. Round this court, wavering between the splendours of the sleeping and the variety shows of the Crystal Palace, place in furious but carefully veiled antagonism the fragments of newly shattered castes, their natural Oriental eccentricities overlaid with borrowed Western notions. Imagine now a large and hungry bureaucracy, French in its fretful insistence on detail where detail is of no earthly moment, Oriental in its stress on etiquette and punctilio, recruited from a military caste accustomed for ages past to despise alike farmer and trader. This caste, we will suppose, is more or less imperfectly controlled by a syndicate of 3 clans, which supply their own nominees to the ministry. These are adroit, versatile, and unscrupulous men, hampered by no Western prejudice in favour of carrying any plan to completion. Through and at the bidding of these men, the Holy Monarch acts, and the acts are wonderful. To criticise these acts exists a wildcat press, liable to suppression at any moment, as morbidly sensitive to outside criticism as the American, and almost as childishly untruthful, fungoid in the swiftness of its growth, and pitiable in its unseasoned rashness. Backers of this press in its wilder moments, lawless, ignorant, sensitive, and vain, are the student class, educated in the main at government expense, and a thorn in the side of the state. Judges without training handle laws without precedents, and new measures are passed and abandoned with almost inconceivable levity. Out of the welter of classes and interests that are not those of the common folk is evolved the thing called Japanese policy, that has the proportion and the perspective of a Japanese picture. Finality and stability are absent from its councils. Today, for reasons none can explain, it is pro-foreign to the verge of civility. Tomorrow, for reasons equally obscure, the pendulum swings back, and the students are heaving mud at the foreigners in the streets. Vexatious, irresponsible, incoherent, and above all, cheaply mysterious, is the rule of the land. Stultified by intrigue and counter-intrigue, checkered with futile reforms begun on European lines and light-heartedly thrown aside, studied as bowerbird's run is studied with shells and shining pebbles, with plagiarisms from half the world, an operetta of administration, wherein the shadow of the king among his wives, samurai policemen, doctors who have studied under Pasteur, kid-gloved cavalry officers from Saint-Cyr, judges with university degrees, harlots with fiddles, newspaper correspondents, masters of the ancient ceremonies of the land, paid members of the Diet, secret societies that borrow the knife and the dynamite of the Irish, sons of dispossessed daimyos returned from Europe and waiting for what may turn up, with ministers of the syndicate who have wrenched Japan from her repose of 20 years ago, circle, flicker, shift and reform in bewildering rings round the foreign resident. Is the extravaganza complete? Somewhere in the background of the stage are the people of the land, of whom a very limited proportion enjoy the privileges of representative government. Whether in the past few years they have learned what the thing means, or, learning, have the least intention of making any use of it, is not clear. Meantime, the game of government goes forward as merrily as a game of puss in the corner, with the additional joy that not more than half a dozen men know who is controlling it, or what in the wide world it intends to do. In Tokyo live the steadily diminishing staff of Europeans employed by the Emperor as engineers, railway experts, professors in the colleges, and so forth. Before many years they will all be dispensed with, and the country will set forth among the nations, alone and on its own responsibility. In 50 years, then, from the time that the intrusive American first broke her peace, Japan will experience her new birth, and, reorganized from sandal to topknot, play the samisen in the march of modern progress. This is the great advantage of being born into the new era, when individual and community alike can get something for nothing: pay without work, education without effort, religion without thought, and free government without slow and bitter toil. The Overseas Club, as has been said, is behind the spirit of the age. It has to work for what it gets, and it doesn't always get what it works for. Nor can its members take ship and go home when they please. Imagine for a little the contented frame of mind that is bred in a man by the perpetual contemplation of a harbour full of steamers as a Piccadilly cab rank of hansoms. The weather is hot, we will suppose. Something has gone wrong with his work that day, or his children are not looking so well as might be. Prettily tiled bungalows, bowered in roses and wisteria, do not console him, and the voices of the politest people on earth jar sorely. He knows every soul in the club, has thoroughly talked about every subject of interest, and would give half a year's, 5 years, pay for one lung-filled breath of air that has life in it, one sniff of the haying grass, or half a mile of muddy London streets where the muffin bell tinkles in the 4 o'clock fog. Then the big liner moves out across the staring blue of the bay. So-and-so and such an one, both friends, are going home in her, and someone else goes next week by the French mail. He, and he alone, it seems to him, must stay on, and it is so maddeningly easy to go, for everyone save himself. The boat's smoke dies out along the horizon, and he is left alone with the warm wind and the white dust of the Bund. Now, Japan is a good place, a place that men swear by and live in for 30 years at a stretch. There are China ports a week's sail to the westward where life is really hard, and where the sight of the restless shipping hurts very much indeed. Tourists, and you who travel the world over, be very gentle to the men of the overseas clubs. Remember that, unlike yourselves, they have not come here for the good of their health, and that the return ticket in your wallet may possibly colour your views of their land. Perhaps it would not be altogether wise, on the strength of much kindness from Japanese officials, to recommend that these your countrymen be handed over lock, stock and barrel to a people that are beginning to experiment with fresh drafted, hand-grafted codes which do not include juries, to a system that does not contemplate a free press, to a suspicious absolutism from which there is no appeal. Truly, it might be interesting, but as surely it would begin in farce and end in tragedy. That would leave the politest people on earth in no case to play at civilized government for a long time to come. In his concession, where he is an apologetic and much sat upon importation, the foreign resident does no harm. He does not always sue for money due to him on the part of a Japanese. Once outside those limits, free to move into the heart of the country, it would only be a question of time as to where and when the trouble would begin, and in the long run it would not be the foreign resident that would suffer. The imaginative eye can see the most unpleasant possibilities. from a general overrunning of Japan by the Chinaman, who is far the most important foreign resident, to the shelling of Tokyo by a joyous and bounding democracy, anxious to vindicate her national honour and to learn how her newly made navy works. But there are scores of argument that would confute and overwhelm this somewhat gloomy view. The statistics of Japan, for instance, are as beautiful and fit as neatly as the woodwork of our houses. By these it would be possible to prove anything. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. From Tideway to Tideway, 1892 to 95. Some Earthquakes. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. A radical member of Parliament at Tokyo has just got into trouble with his constituents, and they have sent him a priceless letter of reproof. Among other things, they point out that a politician should not be a water weed which wobbles hither and thither according to the motion of the stream, nor should he, like a ghost without legs, drift along before the wind. Your conduct, they say, has been both of a water weed and a ghost, and we purpose in a little time to give you proof of our true Japanese spirit. That member will very likely be mobbed in his rickshaw and prodded to inconvenience with sword sticks, for the constituencies are most enlightened. But how in the world can a man under these sides behave, except as a water weed and a ghost? It is in the air, the wobble and the legless drift. An energetic tourist would have gone to Hakodate, seen Ainos at Sapporo, ridden across the northern island under the gigantic thistles, caught salmon, looked in at Vladivostok, and done 500 things in the time that one lazy loafer has wasted watching the barley turn from green to gold, the azaleas blossom and burn out, and the spring give way to the warm rains of summer. Now Iris has taken up the blazonry of the year, and the tide of the tourist ebbs westward. The permanent residents are beginning to talk of hill places to go to for the hot weather, and all the available houses in the resort are let. In a little while the men from China will be coming over for their holidays, but just at present we are in the thick of the tea season, and there is no time to waste on frivolities. Packing is a valid excuse for anything, from forgetting a dinner to declining a tennis party, and the tempers of husbands are judged leniently. All along the sea face is an inspiring smell of the finest new-mown hay, and canals are full of boats loaded up with the boxes jostling down to the harbour.
At the club, men say rude things about the arrivals of the mail.
There never was a post office yet that did not rejoice in knocking a man's Sabbath into flinders. A fair office day's work may begin at 8 and end at 6, or if the mail comes in, at midnight. There is no overtime or 8 hours baby talk in tea. Yonder are the ships, here is the stuff, and behind all is the American market. The rest is your own affair. The narrow streets are blocked with the wains bringing down in boxes of every shape and size the up-country rough leaf. Someone must take delivery of these things, find room for them in the packed warehouse, and sample them before they are blended and go to the firing. More than half the elaborate processes are lost work, so far as the quality of the stuff goes, but the markets insist on a good-looking leaf, with polish, face, and curl to it, and in this, as in other businesses, the call of the markets is the law. The factory floors are made slippery with the tread of barefooted coolies, who shout as the tea whirls through its transformations. The overnote to the clamour, an uncanny thing too, is the soft rustle down of the tea itself, stacked in heaps, carried in baskets, dumped through chutes, rising and falling in the long troughs where it is polished, and disappearing at the last into the heart of the firing machine. Always this insistent whisper of moving dead leaves. Steam sieves sifted into grades, with jarrings and thumpings that make the floor quiver, and the thunder of steam gear is always at its heels. But it continues to mutter unabashed till it is riddled down into the big foil-lined boxes and lies at peace. A few days ago the industry suffered a check which, lasting not more than 2 minutes, lost several £100 of hand-fired tea. It was something after this way. Into the stillness of a hot, stuffy morning came an unpleasant noise, as of batteries of artillery charging up all the roads together, and at least one bewildered sleeper, waking, saw his empty boots where they sat and played toccatas stately at the clavichord. It was the washstand, really, but the effect was awful. Then a clock fell, and a wall cracked, and heavy hands caught the house by the roof pole and shook it furiously. To preserve an equal mind when things are hard is good, but he who has not fumbled desperately at bolted jalousies that will not open while a whole room is being tossed in a blanket does not know how hard it is to find any sort of mind at all. The end of the terror was inadequate. A rush into the still heavy outside air, only to find the servants in the garden giggling. The Japanese would giggle through the Day of Judgment, and to learn that the earthquake was over. Then came the news, swift borne from the business quarters below the hill, that the coolies of certain factories had fled shrieking at the first shock, and that all the tea in the pans was burned to a crisp. That certainly was some consolation for undignified panic, and there remained the hope that a few tall chimneys up the line at Tokyo would have collapsed. They stood firm, however, and the local papers, used to this kind of thing, merely spoke of the shock as severe. Earthquakes are demoralising, but they bring out all the weaknesses of human nature. First is downright dread, the stage of "only let me get into the open and I'll reform." Then the impulse to send news of the most terrible shock of modern times flying east and west among the cables. Did not your own hair stand straight on end, and therefore must not everybody else's have done likewise? Last, as fallen humanity picks itself together, comes the cry of the mean little soul. What? Was that all? I wasn't frightened from the beginning. It is wholesome and tonic to realise the powerlessness of man in the face of these little accidents. The heir of all the ages, the annihilator of time and space, who politely doubts the existence of his Maker, hears the roof beams crack and strain above him, and scuttles about like a rabbit in a stoppered warren. If the shock endures for 20 minutes, the annihilator of time and space must camp out under the blue and hunt for his dead among the rubbish. Given a violent convulsion, only just such a slipping of the strata as carelessly piled volumes will accomplish in a bookcase, and behold, the heir of all the ages is stark raving mad, a brute among the dishevelled hills. Set 100 of the world's greatest spirits, men of fixed principles, high aims, resolute endeavour, enormous experience, and the modesty that these attributes bring, set them to live through such a catastrophe as that which wiped out Nagoya last October, and at the end of 3 days there would remain few whose souls might be called their own. So much for yesterday's shock. Today there has come another, and a most comprehensive affair it is. It has broken nothing, unless maybe an old heart or two cracks later on, and the wise people in the settlement are saying that they predicted it from the first. None the less, as an earthquake, it deserves recording. It was a very rainy afternoon. All the streets were full of gruelly mud, and all the businessmen were at work in their offices when it began. A knot of Chinamen were studying a closed door from whose further side came a most unpleasant sound of bolting and locking up. The notice on the door was interesting. With deep regret did the manager of the New Oriental Banking Corporation Limited, most decidedly limited, announce that on telegraphic orders from home he had suspended payment. Said one Chinaman to another in pidgin Japanese, "It is shut," and went away. The noise of barring up continued. The rain fell, and the notice stared down the wet street. That was all. There must have been 2 or 3 men passing by to whom the announcement meant the loss of every penny of their savings. Comforting knowledge to digest after tiffin. In London, of course, the failure would not mean so much. There are many banks in the city, and people would have had warning. Here banks are few, people are dependent on them, and this news came out of the sea unheralded, an evil born with all its teeth. After the crash of a bursting shell, everyone who can picks himself up, brushes the dirt off his uniform, and tries to make a joke of it. Then someone whips a handkerchief round his hand, a splinter has torn it, and another finds warm streaks running down his forehead. Then a man, overlooked till now and past help, groans to the death. Everyone perceives with a start that this is no time for laughter, and the dead and the wounded are attended to. Even so at the Overseas Club, when the men got out of office. The brokers had told them the news. In filed the English and Americans and Germans and French, and "Here's a pretty mess," said one and all. Many of them were hit, but, like good men, they did not say how severely. "Ah," said a little P&O official, wagging his head sagaciously. He had lost $1,000 since noon. "It's all right now. They're trying to make the best of it. In 3 or 4 days we shall hear more about it. I meant to draw my money just before I went down to the coast, but..." Curiously enough, it was the same story throughout the club. Everybody had intended to withdraw, and nearly everybody had not done so. The manager of a bank which had not failed was explaining how, in his opinion, the crash had come about. This was also very human. It helped none. Entered a lean American, throwing back his waterproof, all dripping with the rain. His face was calm and peaceful. "Boy, whisky and soda," he said. "How much have you lost?" said a Teuton bluntly. "$8.50," replied the son of George Washington sweetly. "Don't see how that prevents me having a drink. My glass, sir." He continued an interrupted whistling of "I owe $10 to O'Grady," which he very probably did, and his countenance departed not from its serenity. If there is anything that one loves an American for, it is the way he stands certain kinds of punishment. An Englishman, and a heavy loser, was being chaffed by a Scotsman whose account at the Japan end of the line had been a trifle overdrawn. True, he would lose in England, but the thought of the few dollars saved here cheered him. More men entered, sat down by tables, stood in groups, or remained apart by themselves, thinking with knit brows. One must think quickly when one's bills are falling due. The murmur of voices thickened, and there was no rumbling in the skittle alley to interrupt it. Everybody knows everybody else at the Overseas Club, and everybody sympathises. A man passed stiffly, and someone of the group turned to ask lightly, "Hit, old man?" "Like hell," he said, and went on biting his unlit cigar. Another man was telling, slowly and somewhat bitterly, how he had expected one of his children to join him out here, and how the passage had been paid with a draft on the O.B.C. But now... There, ladies and gentlemen, is where it hurts. This little suspension out here. It destroys plans, pretty ones, hoped for and prayed over, maybe for years. It knocks pleasant domestic arrangements galley-west, over and above all the mere ruin that it causes. The curious thing in the talk was that there was no abuse of the bank. The men were in Eastern trade themselves, and they knew. It was the Yokohama manager and the clerks thrown out of employment. Connection with a broken bank, by the way, goes far to ruin a young man's prospects, for whom they were sorry. "We're doing ourselves well this year," said a wit grimly. "1 free shooting case, 1 thundering libel case, and a bank smash. Showing off pretty before the globe trotters, aren't we? Gad, think of the chaps at sea with letters of credit, eh? They'll land and get the best rooms at hotels and find they're penniless," said another. "Never mind the globe trotters," said a third. "Look nearer home. This does for so and so and so and so and so and so, all old men, and every penny of theirs goes, poor devils." "That reminds me of someone else," said yet another voice. "His wife's at home too. Phew!" And he whistled drearily. So did the tide of voices run on, till men got to talking over the chances of a dividend. "They went to the Bank of England," drawled an American, "and the Bank of England let them down. Said their securities weren't good enough." "Great Scott!" A hand came down on a table to emphasise the remark. "I sailed halfway up the Mediterranean once with a Bank of England director. Wish I'd tipped him over the rail and lowered a boat on his own security, if it was good enough." "Bearings goes, the OBC don't," replied the American, blowing smoke through his nose. "This business looks decidedly problematical. What at?" "Oh, they'll pay the depositors in full. Don't you fret," said a man who has lost nothing and was anxious to console. "I'm a shareholder," said the American, and smoked on. The rain continued to fall, and the umbrellas dripped in the racks, and the wet men came and went, circling round the central fact that it was a bad business, till the day, as was most fit, shut down in drizzling darkness. There was a refreshing sense of brotherhood in misfortunes in the little community that had just been electrocuted and did not want any more shocks. All the pain that in England would be taken home to be borne in silence and alone was here bulked, as it were, and faced in line of company. Surely the Christians of old must have fought much better when they met the lions by fifties at a time. At last the men departed, the bachelors to cast up accounts by themselves. There should be some good ponies for sale shortly, and the married men to take counsel. May Heaven help him whose wife does not stand by him now. But the women of the overseas settlements are as thorough as the men. There will be tears for plans foregone, the changing of the little ones' schools and elder children's careers, unpleasant letters to be written home, and more unpleasant ones to be received from relatives who "told you so from the first." There will be pinchings, too, and straits of which the outside world will know nothing, but the women will pull through it smiling. Beautiful indeed are the operations of modern finance, especially when anything goes wrong with the machine. Tonight there will be trouble in India among Ceylon planters, in Calcutta jute and Bombay cotton brokers, besides the little households of small banked savings. In Hong Kong, Singapore, and Shanghai there will be trouble too, and goodness only knows what wreck at Cheltenham, Bath, St Leonard's, Torquay, and the other camps of the retired army officers. They are lucky in England who know what happens when it happens. But here the people are at the wrong end of the cables, and the situation is not good. Only one thing seems certain. There is a notice on a shut door, in the wet, and by virtue of that notice all the money that was theirs yesterday is gone away, and may never come back again. So all the work that won the money must be done over again, and some of the people are old, and more are tired, and all are disheartened. It is a very sorrowful little community that goes to bed tonight, and there must be as sad ones the world over. Let it be written, however, that of the sections under fire here, and some are cruelly hit, no man whined, or whimpered, or broke down. There was no chance of fighting. It was a bitter defeat, but they took it standing. End of Some Earthquakes. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. From Tideway to Tideway, 1892 to 95. Half a dozen pictures. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. Some men, when they grow rich, store pictures in a gallery. Living, their friends envy them, and after death the genuineness of the collection is disputed under the dispersing hammer. A better way is to spread your pictures over all earth, visiting them as fate allows. Then none can steal or deface, nor any reverse of fortune force a sale.
Sunshine and tempest warm and ventilate the gallery for nothing, and, despite all that has been said of her crudeness, Nature is not altogether a bad frame maker. The knowledge that you may never live to see an especial treasure twice teaches the eyes to see quickly while the light lasts, and the possession of such a gallery breeds a very fine contempt for painted shows and the smeary things that are called pictures. In the North Pacific, on the right hand as you go westward, hangs a small study of no particular value as compared with some others. The mist is down on an oily stretch of washed out sea. Through the mist the bat's wings of a stealing schooner are just indicated. In the foreground, all but leaping out of the frame, an open rowboat painted the rawest blue and white rides up over the shoulder of a swell. A man in a blood-red jersey and long boots, all shining with moisture, stands at the bows, holding up the carcass of a silver-bellied sea otter from whose pelt the wet drips in moonstones. Now, the artist who could paint the silver wash of the mist, the wriggling, treacly reflection of the boat, and the raw red wrists of the man, would be something of a workman. But my gallery is in no danger of being copied at present. 3 years since, I met an artist in the stony bed of a brook, between a line of 300 graven, lichened godlings and a flaming bank of azaleas, swearing horribly. He had been trying to paint one of my pictures, nothing more than a big, water-worn rock tufted with flowers and a snow-capped hill for background. Most naturally, he failed, because there happened to be absolutely no perspective in the thing, and he was putting the lines about to make some for home consumption. No man could put the contents of a gallon jar into a pint mug. The protests of all uncomfortably crowded mugs since the world began have settled that long ago, and given us the working theories devised by imperfect instruments for imperfect instruments, which are called rules of art. Luckily, those who painted my gallery were born before man. Therefore my pictures, instead of being boxed up by lumbering bars of gold, are disposed generously between latitudes, equinoxes, monsoons, and the like, and, making all allowance for an owner's partiality, they are really not so bad. Down in the south, where the ships never go, between the heel of New Zealand and the South Pole, there is a sea piece showing a steamer trying to come round in the trough of a big beam sea. The wet light of the day's end comes more from the water than the sky, and the waves are colourless through the haze of the rain, all but 2 or 3 blind seahorses swinging out of the mist on the ship's dripping weather side. A lamp is lighted in the wheelhouse, so one patch of yellow light falls on the green painted pistons of the steering gear as they snatch up the rudder chains. A big sea has gone home. Her stern flies up in a lather of a freed screw, and her deck, from poop to the break of the forecastle, goes under in grey-green water, level as a mill race, except where it spouts up above the donkey engine and the stored derrick booms. Forward there's nothing but this glare. Aft, the uninterrupted wake drives far to leeward, a cut kite string dropped across the seas. The sole thing that has any rest in the turmoil is the jewelled, unwinking eye of an albatross, who is beating a crosswind leisurely and unconcerned, almost within hand's touch. It is the monstrous egotism of that eye that makes the picture. By all the rules of art, there should be a lighthouse or a harbour pier in the background to show that everything will end happily. But there is not, and the red eye does not care whether the thing beneath its still wings stays or staves. The sister panel hangs in the Indian Ocean and tells a story, but is none the worse for that. Here you have hot tropical sunlight and a foreshore clothed in stately palms, running out into a still and steamy sea burnished steel blue. Along the foreshore, questing as a wounded beast quests for lair, hurries a loaded steamer never built for speed. Consequently, she tears and threshes the water to pieces, and piles it under her nose, and cannot put it under her cleanly. Coloured cargo bales are stacked round both masts, and her decks are crammed and double crammed with dark-skinned passengers, from the forecastle, where they interfere with the crew, to the stern, where they hamper the wheel. The funnel is painted blue on yellow, giving her a holiday air, a little out of keeping with the yellow and black cholera flag at her main. She dare not stop. She must not communicate with anyone. There are leprous streaks of lime wash trickling down her plates for a sign of this. So she threshes on down the glorious coast, she and her swarming passengers, with the sickness that destroyeth in the noonday eating out her heart. Yet another, the pick of all the East rooms, before we have done with blue water. Most of the nations of the earth are at issue under a stretch of white awning above a crowded deck. The cause of the dispute, a deep copper bowl full of rice and fried onions, is upset in the foreground. Malays, Lascars, Hindus, Chinese, Japanese, Burmans, the whole gamut of race tints, from saffron to tar black, are twisting and writhing round it, while their vermilion, cobalt, amber, and emerald turbans and headcloths are lying underfoot. Pressed against the yellow ochre of the iron bulwarks to left and right are frightened women and children in turquoise and Isabella-coloured clothes. They are half protected by mounds of upset bedding, straw mats, red lacquer boxes, and plaited bamboo trunks, mixed up with tin plates, brass and copper hookahs, silver opium pipes, Chinese playing cards, and properties enough to drive half a dozen artists wild. In the centre of the crowd of furious half-naked men, the fat bare back of a Burman, tattooed from collarbone to waistcloth with writhing patterns of red and blue devils, holds the eye first. It is a wicked back. Beyond it is the flicker of a Malay kris. A blue, red, and yellow macaw chained to a stanchion spreads his wings against the sun in an ecstasy of terror. Half a dozen red gold pines and bananas have been knocked down from their ripening places and are lying between the feet of the fighters. One pine has rolled against the long brown fur of a muzzled bear. His owner, a bushy bearded Hindu, kneels over the animal, his body cloth thrown clear of a hard brown arm, his fingers ready to loose the muzzle strap. The ship's cook, in blood-stained white, watches from the butcher's shop, and a black Zanzibari stoker grins through the bars of the engine-room hatch, one ray of sun shining straight into his pink mouth. The officer of the watch, a red-whiskered man, is kneeling down on the bridge to peer through the railings, and is shifting a long, thin black revolver from his left hand to his right. The faithful sunlight that puts everything into place gives his whiskers and the hair on the back of his tanned wrist just the colour of the copper pot, the bear's fur, and the trampled pines. For the rest, there is the blue sea beyond the awnings. 3 years' hard work, beside the special knowledge of a lifetime, would be needed even to copy this picture. Mr. So-and-so, R.A., could undoubtedly draw the bird, Mr. Such another, equally R.A., the bear, and scores of gentlemen the still life. But who would be the man to put the whole thing together and make it the riotous, tossing cataract of colour and life that it is? And when it was done, some middle-aged person from the provinces, who has never seen a pineapple out of a plate or a kris out of South Kensington, would say that it did not remind him of something that it ought to remind him of, and therefore that it was bad. If the gallery could be bequeathed to the nation, something might perhaps be gained, but the nation would complain of the draughts and the absence of chairs. But no matter. In another world we shall see certain gentlemen set to tickle the backs of Circe's swine through all eternity. Also, they will have to tickle with their bare hands. The Japanese rooms, visited and set in order for the second time, hold more pictures than could be described in a month, but most of them are small, and accepting always the light within human compass. One, however, might be difficult. It was an unexpected gift, picked up in a Tokyo by-street after dark. Half the town was out for a walk, and all the people's clothes were indigo. So were the shadows, and most of the paper lanterns were drops of blood red. By the light of smoking oil lamps, people were selling flowers and shrubs: wicked little dwarf pines, stunted peach and plum trees, wisteria bushes clipped and twisted out of all likeness to wholesome plants, leaning and leering out of green glaze pots. In the flickering of the yellow flames, these forced cripples and the yellow faces above them reeled to and fro fantastically all together. As the light steadied, they would return to the pretence of being green things, till a puff of the warm night wind among the flares set the whole line off again in a crazy dance of dwergs, and their shadow capering on the house fronts behind them. At the corner of the street, some rich men had got together and left unguarded all the gold, diamonds, and rubies of the East. But when you came near, you saw that this treasure was only a gathering of goldfish in glass globes, yellow, white, and red fish, with from 3 to 5 forked tails apiece, and eyes that bulged far beyond their heads. There were wooden pans full of tiny ruby fish, and little children with nets dabbled and shrieked in the chase of some special beauty, and the frightened fish kicked up showers of little pearls with their tails. The children carried lanterns in the shape of small red paper fish bobbing at the end of slivers of bamboo, and these drifted through the crowd like a strayed constellation of baby stars. When the children stood at the edge of a canal and called down to unseen friends in boats, the pink lights were all reflected orderly below. The light of the 1,000 small lights in the street went straight up into the darkness among the interlacing telegraph wires, and just at the edge of the shining haze, on a sort of pigeon trap 40 feet above the ground, sat a Japanese fireman, wrapped in his cloak, keeping watch against fires. He looked unpleasantly like a Bulgarian atrocity or a Burmese deviation from the laws of humanity, being very still and all huddled up in his roost. That was a superb picture, and it arranged itself for admiration. Now, disregarding these things and others, wonders and miracles all, men are content to sit in studios, and by light that is not light, to fake subjects from pots and pans and rags and bricks that are called pieces of colour. Their collection of rubbish costs in the end quite as much as a ticket, a first-class one, to new worlds where the props are given away with the sunshine. To do anything because it is, or may not be, new on the market is wickedness that carries its own punishment. But surely there must be things in this world paintable, other and beyond those that lie between the North Cape, say, and Algiers. For the sake of the pictures, putting aside the dear delight of the gamble, it might be worth while to venture out a little beyond the regular circle of subjects and see what happens. If a man can draw one thing, it has been said he can draw anything. At the most he can but fail, and there are several matters in the world worse than failure. Betting on a certainty, for instance, or playing with nicked cards is immoral and secures expulsion from clubs. Keeping deliberately to one set line of work because you know you can do it and are certain to get money by so doing is, on the other hand, counted a virtue and secures admission to clubs. There must be a middle way somewhere, as there must be somewhere an unmarried man with no position, reputation, nor other vanity to lose, who most keenly wants to find out what his palate is set for in this life. He will pack his steamer trunk and get into the open to wrestle with effects that he can never reproduce. All the same, his will be a superb failure. End of Half a Dozen Pictures. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. From Yokohama to Montreal is a long day's journey, and the forepart is uninviting. In 3 voyages out of 5, the North Pacific, too big to lie altogether idle, too idle to get hands about the business of a storm, sulks and smokes like a chimney. The passengers, fresh from Japan heat, wither in the chill, and a clammy dew distills from the rigging. That grey monotony of sea is not at all homelike, being as yet new and not used to the procession of keels. It holds a very few pictures, and the best of its stories, those relating to seal poaching among the Kurils and the Russian rookeries, are not exactly fit for publication. There is a man in Yokohama who in a previous life burned galleons with Drake. He is a gentleman adventurer of the largest and most resourceful. By instinct a carver of kingdoms, a ruler of men on the high seas, and an inveterate gambler against death. Because he supplies nothing more than sealskins to the wholesale dealers at home, the fame of his deeds, his brilliant fights, his more brilliant escapes, and his most brilliant strategy will be lost among 60-ton schooners, or only told in the mouths of drunken seamen whom none believe. Now, there sits a great spirit under the palm trees of the Navigator Group 1,000 leagues to the south, and he, crowned with roses and laurels, strings together the pearls of those parts. When he has done with this down there, perhaps he will turn to the smoky seas and the wonderful adventures of Captain. Then there will be a tale to listen to. But the first touch of dry land makes sea and all upon it unreal. 5 minutes after the traveller is on the CPR train at Vancouver, there is no romance of blue water, but another kind, the life of the train, into which he comes to grow as into life aboard ship. A week on wheels turns a man into a part of the machine. He knows when the train will stop to water, wait for news of the trestle ahead, drop the dining car, slip into a siding to let the westbound mail go by, or yell through the thick night for an engine to help push up the bank. The snort, the snap and whine of the air brakes have a meaning for him, and he learns to distinguish between noises, between the rattle of a loose lamp and the ugly rattle of small stones on a scarped embankment, between the hoot hoot that scares wandering cows from the line and the dry roar of the engine at the distance signal. In England, the railway came late into a settled country fenced round with the terrors of the law, and it has remained ever since just a little outside daily life, a thing to be respected. Here it strolls along with its hands in its pockets and straw in its mouth, on the heels of the rough-hewn trail or log road, a platformless, regulationless necessity. And it is treated, even by sick persons and young children, with a familiarity that sometimes affects the death rate. There was a small maiden, aged 7, who honoured our smoking compartment with her presence when other excitements failed. And it was she who said to the conductor, "When we change crews, I want to pick water lilies, yellow ones." A mere halt, she knew, would not suffice for her needs, but the regular 15-minute stop, when the red-painted tool chest was taken off the rear car and a new gang came aboard. The big man bent down to little impudence. "Want to pick lilies, eh? What would you do if the cars went on and took Mama away, sis?" "Take the next train," she replied, "and tell the conductor to send me to Brooklyn. I live there." "But suppose he wouldn't?" "He'd have to," said young America. "I'd be a lost child." Now, from the province of Alberta to Brooklyn, USA, may be 3,000 miles. A great stretch of that distance is as new as the day before yesterday, and strewn with townships in every stage of growth, from the city of one round house, 2 log huts, and a Chinese camp somewhere in the foothills of the Selkirks, to Winnipeg, with her league-long main street and her warring newspapers. Just at present there's an epidemic of politics in Manitoba, and brass bands and notices of committee meetings are splashed about the towns. By reason of their closeness to the stages, they have caught the contagion of foul-mouthedness, and accusation of bribery, corruption, and evil living are many. It is sweet to find a little baby city with only 3 men in it who can handle type, cursing and swearing across the illimitable levels for all the world as though it were a grown-up Christian centre. All the new towns have their own wants to consider, and the first of these is a railway. If the town is on a line already, then a new line to tap the back country, but at all costs a line. For this it will sell its corrupted soul, and then be very indignant because the railway before which it has grovelled rides roughshod over the place. Each new town believes itself to be a possible Winnipeg until the glamour of the thing is a little worn off, and the local newspaper, sliding down the pole of pride with the hind legs of despair, says defiantly, "At least a veterinary surgeon and a drug store would meet with encouragement in our midst. And it is a fact that 5 new buildings have been erected in our midst since the spring." From a distance, nothing is easier than to smile at this sort of thing. But he must have a cool head who can keep his pulse level when just such a wildcat town, 10 houses, 2 churches, and a line of rails, gets on the boom. The reader at home says, "Yes, but it's all a lie." It may be, but did men lie about Denver, Leadville, Ballarat, Broken Hill, Portland, or Winnipeg 20 years ago, or Adelaide when town lots went begging within the memory of middle-aged men? Did they lie about Vancouver 6 years since, or Creed not 20 months gone? Hardly. And it's just this knowledge that leads the passer-by to give ear to the wildest statements of the wildest towns. Anything is possible, especially among the Rockies, where minerals lie over and above the mining towns, the centres of ranching country, and the supply towns to the farming districts. There are literally scores upon scores of lakelets in the hills, buried in woods now, that before 20 years are run will be crowded summer resorts. You in England have no idea what summering means in the States, and still less the amount of money that is spent on the yearly holiday. People have no more than just begun to discover the place called Banff Hot Springs, 2 days west of Winnipeg. In a little time they will know half a dozen spots not a day's ride from Montreal, and it's along that line that money will be made. In those days, too, wheat will be grown for the English market 400 miles north of the present fields on the west side, and British Columbia, perhaps the loveliest land in the world next to New Zealand, will have her own line of 6,000-ton steamers to Australia. And the British investor will no longer throw away his money on Helicat South American republics, or give it as hostage to the States. He will keep it in the family, as a wise man should. Then the towns that are today the only names in the wilderness, yes, and some of those places marked on the map as Hudson Bay ports, will be cities. But it is hopeless to make people understand that actually and indeed we do possess an empire, of which Canada is only one portion, an empire which is not bounded by election returns on the north and Eastbourne riots on the south, an empire that has not yet been scratched. Let us return to the new towns. 3 times within 1 year did fortune come knocking to the door of a man I know. Once in Seattle, when that town was a grey blur after a fire. Once in Tacoma, in the days when the steam tram ran off the rails twice a week. And once in Spokane Falls. But in the roar of the land boom he did not hear her, and she went away, leaving him only a tenderness akin to weakness for all new towns, and the desire, mercifully limited by lack of money, to gamble in every one of them. Of all the excitements that life offers, there are few to be compared with the whirl of a red-hot boom. Also, it is strictly moral, because you do fairly earn your unearned increment by labour and perspiration and sitting up far into the night, by working like a fiend, as all pioneers must do. And consider all that is in it: the headlong stampede to the new place, the money dashed down like counters for the merest daily bread, the arrival of the piled cars whence the raw material of a city, men, lumber, and shingle, are shot on to the not yet nailed platform, the slashing out and pegging down of roads across the blank face of the wilderness, the heaving up amid shouts and yells of the city's one electric light, a raw sizzling arc atop of an unbarked pine pole, the sweating jostling mob at the sale of town lots, the roar of "Let the woman have it!" that stops all bidding when the one other woman in the place puts her price on a plot. The packed real estate offices, the real estate agents themselves, lost novelists of prodigious imagination, the gorgeous pink and blue map of the town hung in the bar room, with every railroad from Portland to Portland meeting in its heart, the misspelled curse against this damn hole in the ground, scrawled on the flank of a strayed freight car by some man who had lost his money and gone away. The conferences at street corners of syndicates, 6 hours established by men not 25 years old. The outspoken contempt for the next town, also on the boom, and therefore utterly vile. The unceasing tramp of heavy feet on the broad pavement, where stranger sometimes turns on stranger in an agony of conviction, and, shaking him by the shoulder, shouts in his ear, "By God, isn't it grand? Isn't it glorious?" And last, the sleep of utterly worn-out men, 3 in each room of the shanty hotel. All meals $2, all drinks 35 cents. No washing done here. The manager not responsible for anything. Does the bald catalogue of these recitals leave you cold? It is possible. But it is also possible, after 3 days in a new town, to set a full half of a truckload of archbishops fighting for corner lots as they have never fought for mitre or crozier. There is a contagion in a boom as irresistible as that of a panic in a theatre. After a while things settle down, and then the carpenter, who is also an architect, can lay his bare arms across the bar and sell them to the highest bidder, for the houses are coming up like toadstools after rain. The men who do not build cheer those who do. In that building means backing your belief in your town, yours to you and particularly. Confound all other towns whatsoever. Behind the crowd of businessmen, the weekly town paper plays as a stock whip plays on a mob of cattle. There is honour, heaped, extravagant, imperial for the good, the employer of labour, the builder of stores, the spender of money. There is abuse, savage and outrageous. For the bad, the man who buys out of the town, the man who intends to go, the sitter on the fence, with persuasion and invitation in prose, verse, and zincograph, for all that outside world which prefers to live in cities other than ours. Now, the editor, as often as not, begins as a mercenary and ends as a patriot. This, too, is all of a piece with human nature. A few years later, if Providence is good, comes the return for judicious investment. Perhaps the town has stood the test of boom, and that which was clapboard is now Milwaukee brick or dressed stone. Violent design, but permanent. The shanty hotel is the something house, with accommodation for 200 guests. The manager who served you in his shirt sleeves as his own hotel clerk is gorgeous in broadcloth and needs to be reminded of the first meeting. Suburban villas more or less adorn the flats, from which the liveliest fancy, and fancy was free in the early days, hung back. Horse cars jingle where the prairie schooner used to stick fast in the mud hole, scooped to that end, opposite the saloon. And there is a belt electric service paying fabulous dividends. Then do you, feeling older than Methuselah and twice as important, go forth and patronize things in general, while the manager tells you exactly what sort of millionaire you would have been if you had stayed by the town. Or else the bottom has tumbled out of the boom, and the town new made is dead, dead as a young man's corpse laid out in the morning. Success was not justified by success. Of 10,000, not 300 remain, and these live in huts on the outskirts of the brick streets. The hotel with its suites of musty rooms is a big tomb. The factory chimneys are cold. The villas have no glass in them, and the fireweed grows in the centre of the driveways, mocking the arrogant advertisements in the empty shops. There is nothing to do except catch trout in the stream that was to have been defiled by the city sewage. A 2-pounder lies fanning himself just in the cool of the main culvert, where the alders have crept up to the city wall. You pay your money, and, more or less, you take your choice. By the time that man has seen these things and a few others that go with a boom, he may say that he has lived, and talk with his enemies in the gate. He has heard the Arabian Nights retold, and knows the inward kernel of that romance, which some little folk say is vanished. Here they lie in their false teeth, for Cortes is not dead, nor Drake, and Sir Philip Sidney dies every few months if you know where to look. The adventurers and captains courageous of old have only changed their dress a little and altered their employment to suit the world in which they move. Clive came down from Lobengula's country a few months ago, protesting that there was an empire there, and finding very few that believed. Hastings studied a map of South Africa in a corrugated iron hut at Johannesburg 10 years ago. Since then he has altered the map considerably to the advantage of the empire. But the heart of the empire is set on ballot boxes and small lies. The illustrious Don Quixote today lives on the north coast of Australia, where he has found the treasure of a sunken Spanish galleon. Now and again he destroys blackfellows who hide under his bed to spear him. Young Hawkins, with a still younger Boscawen for his second, was till last year chasing slave dhows round Tajura. They have sent him now to the Zanzibar coast to be grilled into an admiral, and the valorous Sandoval has been holding the Republic of Mexico by the throat any time these 14 years gone. The others, big men all, and not very much afraid of responsibility, are selling horses, breaking trails, drinking sangaree, running railways beyond the timber line, swimming rivers, blowing up tree stumps, and making cities where no cities were, in all the 5 quarters of the world. Only people will not believe this when you tell them. They are too near things, and a great deal too well fed. So they say of the most cold-blooded realism, "This is romance, how interesting," and of over-handled, thumb-marked realism, "This is indeed romance." It is the next century that, looking over its own, will see the heroes of our time clearly. Meantime, this earth of ours, we hold a fair slice of it so far, is full of wonders and miracles and mysteries and marvels, and in default it is good to go up and down, seeing and hearing tell of them all. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. From Tideway to Tideway, 1892 onwards. On one side only. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. New Oxford, USA, June-July 1892. The truth is, said the man on the train, that we live in a tropical country for 3 months of the year, only we won't recognize. Look at this. He handed over a long list of deaths from heat that enlivened the newspapers. All the cities where men live at breaking strain were sending in their butcher bills, and the papers of the cities, themselves apostles of the gospel of rush, were beseeching their readers to keep cool and not to overwork themselves while the hot wave was upon them. The rivers were patched and barred with sun-dried pebbles. The logs and loggers were drought-bound somewhere up the Connecticut, and the grass at the side of the track was burned in 100 places by the sparks from the locomotives. Men, hatless, coatless, and gasping, lay in the shade of that station where only a few months ago the glass stood at 30 below zero. Now the readings were 98 degrees in the shade. Main Street. Do you remember Main Street of the little village locked up in the snow this spring? Had given up the business of life, and an American flag with some politician's name printed across the bottom hung down across the street, stiff as a board. There were men with fans and alpaca coats curled up in splint chairs in the veranda of the one hotel. Among them an ex-president of the United States. He completed the impression that the furniture of the entire country had been turned out of doors for summer cleaning in the absence of all the inhabitants. Nothing looks so hopelessly X as a president returned to stores. The stars and stripes signified that the presidential campaign had opened in Main Street. Opened and shut up again. Politics evaporate at summer heat when all hands are busy with the last of the hay And, as the formers put it, Vermont's bound to go Republican. The custom of the land is to drag the scuffle and dust of an election over several months, to the improvement of business and manners. But the noise of that war comes faintly up the valley of the Connecticut and is lost among the fiddling of the locusts. Their music puts, as it were, a knife edge upon the heat of the day. In truth, it is a tropical country for the time being. Thunderstorms prowl and growl around the belted hills, spit themselves away in a few drops of rain, and leave the air more dead than before. In the woods, where even the faithful springs are beginning to run low, the pines and balsams have thrown out all their fragrance upon the heat and wait for the wind to bring news of the rain. The clematis, wild carrot, and all the gypsy flowers, camped by sufferance between fence line and road net, are masked in white dust, and the goldenrod of the pastures that are burned to flax colour burns too like burnished brass. A pillar of dust on the long hogback of the road across the hills shows where a team is lathering between farms, and the roofs of the wooden houses flicker in the haze of their own heat. Overhead, the chicken hawk is the only creature at work, and his shrill kite-like call sends the gaping chickens from the dust bath in haste to their mothers. The red squirrel, as usual, feigns business of importance among the butternuts, but this is pure priggishness. When the passer-by is gone, he ceases chattering and climbs back to where the little breezes can stir his tail plumes. From somewhere under the lazy fold of a meadow comes the drone of a mowing machine among the hay, its whirr-oo, and the grunt of the tired horses. Houses are only meant to eat and sleep in. The rest of life is lived at full length in the veranda. When traffic is brisk, 3 whole teams will pass that veranda in one day, and it's necessary to exchange news about the weather and the prospects for oats. When oats are in, there'll be slack time on the farm, and the farmers will seriously think about doing the 100 things that they have let slide during the summer. They will undertake this and that when they get round to it. The phrase translated is the exact equivalent to the mañana of the Spaniard, the kulhajaiga of Upper India, the yoroshi of the Japanese, and the long drawled taihod of the Maori. The only person who gets round in this weather is the summer boarder, the refugee from the burning cities of the plain, and she is generally a woman. She walks and botanizes and kodaks, and strips the bark off the white birch to make blue-ribboned wastepaper baskets, and the farmer regards her with wonder. More does he wonder still at the city clerk in a blazer, who has 2 weeks' holiday in the year and apparently unlimited money, which he earns in the easiest possible way by sitting at a desk and writing. The farmer's wife sees the fashions of the summer boarder, and between them, man and woman get a notion of the beauties of city life for which their children may live to blame them. The blazer and the town-made gown are innocent recruiting sergeants for the city brigades, and since one man's profession is ever a mystery to his fellow, blazer and gown believe that the farmer must be happy and content. A summer resort is one of the 1,000 windows whence to watch the 1,000 aspects of life in the Atlantic States. Remember that between June and September it is the desire of all who can get away from the big cities, not only on account of wantonness as people leave London, but because of actual heat. So they get away in their millions with their millions, the wives of the rich men for 5 clear months, and others for as long as they can. And, like drawing like, they make communities, set by set, breed by breed, division by division, over the length and breadth of the land, from Maine and the upper reaches of the Saguenay, through the mountains and hot springs to 6 interior states, out and away to Sitka in steamers. Then they spend money on hotel bills, among 10,000 farms, on private companies who lease and stock land for sporting purposes, on yachts and canoes, bicycles, rods, chalets, cottages, reading circles, camps, tents, and all the luxuries they know. But the luxury of rest most of them do not know. and the telephone and telegraph are faithfully dragged after them, lest their menfolk should, for a moment, forget the ball and chain at foot. For, sadness with laughter at bottom, there are few things to compare with the sight of a coatless, muddy-booted millionaire, his hat adorned with trout flies, and a string of small fish in his hand, clawing wildly at the telephone of some back of beyond health resort. Thus: "Hello, hello. Yes, who's there? Oh, all right, go ahead. Yes, it's me. Hey, what? Repeat. Sold for how much? 44.5. Repeat. No, I told you to hold on. What? What? Who bought at that? Say, hold a minute. Cable on the other side. No, hold on, I'll come down." Business with watch. "Tell Schaefer I'll see him tomorrow." Over his shoulder to his wife, who wears a half-hoop diamond rings at 10 a.m. "Lizzie, where's my grip? I've got to go down." And he goes down to eat in a hotel and sleep in his shut-up house. Men are scarce at most of the summer places, as they are in Indian hill stations in late April. The women tell you that they can't get away, and if they did, they would only be miserable to get back. Now, whether this wholesale abandonment of husbands by wives is wholesome, let those who know the beauties of the Anglo-Indian system settle for themselves. That both men and women need rest very badly, a glance at the crowded hotel tables makes plain. So plain, indeed, that the foreigner who has not been taught that fuss and worry are in themselves honourable wishes sometimes he could put the whole unrestful crowd to sleep for 17 hours a day. I have inquired of not less than 500 men and women in various parts of the States why they broke down and looked so gash, and the men said, "If you don't keep up with the procession in America, you're left." And the women smiled an evil smile and answered that no outsider had yet discovered the real cause of their worry and strain, or why their lives were arranged to work with the largest amount of friction in the shortest given time. Now, the men can be left to their own folly, but the cause of the women's trouble has been revealed to me. It is a thing called help, which is no help. In the multitude of presents that the American man has given to the American woman, for details see daily papers, he has forgotten or is unable to give her good servants, and that sordid trouble runs equally through the household of the millionaire or the flat of the small city man. "Yes, it's easy enough to laugh," said one woman passionately. "We're worn out, and our children are worn out too. And we're always worrying. I know it. What can we do? If you stay here, you'll know that this is the land of all the luxuries and none of the necessities. You'll know, and then you won't laugh. You'll know why women are said to take their husbands to boarding houses and never have homes. You'll know what an Irish Catholic means. The men won't get up and attend to these things, but we would. If we had female suffrage, we'd shut the door to all the Irish and throw it open to all the Chinese, and let the women have a little protection." It was the cry of a soul worn thin with exasperation, but it was truth. Today I do not laugh any more at that race that depends on inefficient helot races for its inefficient service. When next you, housekeeping in England, differ with the respectable, amiable, industrious 16-pound maid who wears a cap and says, "Ma'am," remember the pauper labour of America, the wives of the 60 million kings who have no subjects. No man could get a thorough knowledge of the problem in one lifetime, but he could guess at the size and import of it after he has descended into the arena and wrestled with the Swede and the Dane and the German and the unspeakable Celt. Then he perceives how good for the breed it must be that a man should thresh himself to pieces in naked competition with his neighbour, while his wife struggles unceasingly over primitive savagery in the kitchen. In India, sometimes, when a famine is at hand, the life of the land starts up before your eyes in all its bareness and bitter stress. Here, in spite of the trimmings and the frillings, it refuses to be subdued, and the clamour and the clatter of it are loud above all other sounds, as sometimes the thunder of disorganised engines stops conversations along the decks of a liner. And in the inquiring eyes of the passengers you read the question: "This thing is made and paid to bear us to port quietly, why does it not do so? Only here, the rattle of the badly put together machine is always in the ears, though men and women run about with labour-saving appliances and gospels of power through repose, tinkering and oiling and making more noise. The machine is new. Some day it's going to be the finest machine in the world. To the ranks of the amateur artificers, therefore, are added men with notebooks, tapping at every nut and bolt head, fiddling with the glands, registering revolutions, and crying out from time to time that this or that is or is not distinctively American. Meantime, men and women die unnecessarily in the wheels, and are said to have fallen in the battle of life. The God who sees us all die knows that there is far too much of that battle, but we do not, and so continue worshipping the knife that cuts and the wheel that breaks us, as blindly as the outcast sweeper worships Lal Beg, the glorified broom that is the incarnation of his craft. But the sweeper has sense enough not to kill himself, and to be proud of it with sweeping. A foreigner can do little good by talking of these things, for the same lean, dry blood that breeds the fever of unrest breeds also the savage parochial pride that squeals under a steady stare or a pointed finger. Among themselves, the people of the eastern cities admit that they and their womenfolk overwork grievously and go to pieces very readily, and that the consequences for the young stock are unpleasant indeed. But before the stranger they prefer to talk about the future of their mighty continent, which has nothing to do with the case, and to call aloud on Baal of the dollars, to catalogue their lines, mines, telephones, banks and cities, and all the other shells, buttons and counters that they have made their gods over them. Now, a nation does not progress upon its brain pan, as some books would have us believe, but upon its belly, as did the serpent of old. And in the very long run, the work of the brain comes to be gathered in by a slow-footed breed that have unimaginative stomachs, and the nerves that know their place. All this is very consoling from the alien's point of view. He perceives with great comfort that out of strain is bred impatience in the shape of a young bundle of nerves who is about as undisciplined an imp as the earth can show. Out of impatience, grown up, habituated to violent and ugly talk, and the impatience and recklessness of his neighbours, is begotten lawlessness, encouraged by laziness and suppressed by violence when it becomes insupportable. Out of lawlessness is bred rebellion, and that fruit has been tasted once already. And out of rebellion comes profit to those who wait. He hears of the power of the people, who, through rank slovenliness, neglect to see that their laws are soberly enforced from the beginning, and these people, not once or twice a year, but many times within a month, go out in the open streets and, with a maximum waste of power and shouting, strangle other people with ropes. They are, he is told, law-abiding citizens who have executed the will of the people, which is as though a man should leave his papers unsorted for a year and then smash his desk with an axe, crying, "Am I not orderly?" He hears lawyers, otherwise sane and matured, defend this pig-jobbing murder on the grounds that the people stand behind the law that they never administered. He sees a right, at present only half, but still half conceded, to anticipate the law in one's own interests, and nervous impatience, always nerves, for judging the suspect in jail, the prisoner in the dock, and the award between nation and nation ere it is declared. He knows that the maxim in London, Yokohama and Hong Kong in doing business with the purebred American is to keep him waiting, for the reason that forced inaction frets a man into a lather, as standing in a harness frets a half-broken horse. He comes across 1,000 little peculiarities of speech, manner and thought, matters of nerve and stomach developed by everlasting friction, and they are all just the least little bit in the world lawless. No more than the restless clicking together of horns in a herd of restless cattle, but certainly no less. They are all good for those who wait. On the other hand, to consider the matter more humanly, there are thousands of delightful men and women going to pieces for the pitiful reason that if they do not keep up with the procession, they are left. And they are left in clothes that have no back to them, among mounds of smilax. And young men, chance met in the streets, talk to you about their nerves, which are things no young man should know anything about. And the friends of your friends go down with nervous prostration. And the people overheard in the trains talk about their nerves, and the nerves of their relatives. And the little children must needs have their nerves attended to ere their milk teeth are shed. And the middle-aged women and the middle-aged men have got them too. And the old men lose the dignity of their age in an indecent restlessness. And the advertisements in the papers go to show that this sweeping list is no lie. Atop of the fret and the stampede, the tingling self-consciousness of a new people makes them take a sort of perverted pride in the futile racket that sends up the death rate, a child's delight in the blaze and the dust of the march of progress. Is it not distinctively American? It is and it is not. If the cities were all America, as they pretend, 50 years would see the march of progress brought to a standstill, as a locomotive is stopped by heated bearings. Down in the meadow, the mowing machine has checked, and the horses are shaking themselves. The last of the sunlight leaves the top of Monadnock, and 4 miles away Main Street lights her electric lamps. It is band night in Main Street, and the folks from Putney, from Marlborough, from Guildford, and even New Fane will drive in their well-filled wagons to hear music and look at the ex-president. Over the shoulder of the meadow, 2 men come up very slowly, their hats off and their arms swinging loosely at their sides. They do not hurry, they have not hurried, and they never will hurry, for they are of country, bankers of flesh and blood of the ever-bankrupt cities. Their children may yet be pale summer boarders, as the boarders, city-bred weeds, may take over their farms. From the plough to the pavement goes man, but to the plough he returns at last. Going to supper? Yep. Very slowly across the wash of the uncut grass. Say, that corn crib wants painting. Do that when we get round to it. They go off through the dusk, without farewell or salutation, steadily as their own steers. And there are a few millions of them, unhandy men to cross in their ways, set, silent, indirect in speech, and as impenetrable as that other Eastern fanner who is the bedrock of another land. They do not appear in the city papers, they are not much heard in the streets, and they tell very little in the outsider's estimate of America. And they are the American. End of chapter 8. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Leaves from a Winter Notebook, 1895. We had walked abreast of the year from the very beginning, and that was when the first bloodroot came up between the patches of April snow, while yet the big drift at the bottom of the meadow held fast. In the shadow of the woods and under the blown pine needles, clots of snow lay till far into May, but neither the season nor the flowers took any note of them. And before we were well sure winter had gone, the lackeys of my Lord Baltimore, in their new liveries, came to tell us that summer was in the valley, and please might they nest at the bottom of the garden. Followed summer, angry, fidgety, and nervous, with the corn and tobacco to ripen in 5 short months, the pastures to reclothe, and the fallen leaves to hide away under new carpets. Suddenly, in the middle of her work, on a stuffy, still July day, she called a wind out of the northwest, a wind blown under an arch of steel-bellied clouds, a wicked, bitter wind, with a lacing of hail to it, a wind that came and was gone in less than 10 minutes, but blocked the roads with fallen trees, toppled over a barn, and blew potatoes out of the ground. When that was done, a white cloud shaped like a dumbbell whirled down the valley across the evening blue, roaring and twisting and twisting and roaring all alone by itself. A West Indian hurricane could not have been quicker on its feet than our little cyclone, and when the house rose a tiptoe, like a cockerel in the act to crow, and a 60-foot elm went by the board, and that which had been a dusty road became a roaring torrent, all in 3 minutes, we felt that the New England summer had Creole blood in her veins. She went away red-faced and angry to the last, slamming all the doors of the hills behind her, and Autumn, who is a lady, took charge. No pen can describe the turning of the leaves, the insurrection of the tree people against the waning year. A little maple began it, flaming blood red all of a sudden where he stood against the dark green of a pine belt. Next morning there was an answering signal from the swamp where the sumacs grow. 3 days later the hillsides as far as the eye could range were afire, and the roads paved with crimson and gold. Then a wet wind blew and ruined all the uniforms of that gorgeous army, and the oaks, who had held themselves in reserve, buckled on their dull and bronzed cuirasses and stood it out stiffly till the last blown leaf, till nothing remained but pencil shading of bare boughs, and one could see into the most private heart of the woods. Frost may be looked for till the middle of May and after the middle of September, so summer has little time for enamel work or leaf embroidery. Her sisters bring the gifts: spring windflowers, Solomon's seal, Dutchman's breeches, Quaker ladies, and trailing arbutus that smell as divinely as the true May. Autumn has goldenrod and all the tribe of asters, pink, lilac, and creamy white, by the double armful. When these go, the curtain comes down, and whatever powers shift the scenery behind work without noise. In tropic lands you can hear the play of growth and decay at the back of the night silences. Even in England the tides of the winter air have a set and a purpose, but here they are dumb altogether. The very last piece of benchwork this season was the trailed end of a blackberry vine, most daringly conventionalized in hammered iron, flung down on the frosty grass an instant before people came to look. The blue bloom of the furnace was still dying along the central rib, and the side sprays were cherry red, even as they had been lifted from the charcoal. It was a detail, evidently, of some invisible gate in the woods, but we never found that workman, though he had left the mark of his cloven hoof as plainly as any strayed deer. In a week the heavy frosts with scythes and hammers had slashed and knocked down all the roadside growth and the kindly bushes that veiled the drop off the unfenced track. There the seasons stopped a while. Autumn was gone, winter was not. We had time dealt out to us, mere clear fresh time, grace days to enjoy. The white wooden farmhouses were banked round 2 feet deep with dried leaves or earth, and the choppers went out to get ready next year's stores of wood. Now, chopping is an art, and the chopper in all respects an artist. He makes his own axe helve, and for each man there is but one perfect piece of wood in all the world. This he never finds, but the likeliest substitute is trimmed and balanced and poised to that ideal. One man I know has evolved very nearly the weapon of Umslopogamus. It is almost straight, lapped at the butt with leather, amazingly springy, and carries a 2-edged blade for splitting and chopping. If his demon be with him, and what artist can answer for all his moods, he will cause a tree to fall upon any stick or stone that you choose, uphill or down, to the right or to the left. Artist-like, however, he explains that that is nothing. Any fool can play with a tree in the open, but it needs the craftsman to bring a tree down in thick timber and do no harm. To see an 80-foot maple 4 feet in the butt, dropped as deftly as a fly is cast, in the only place where it will not outrage the feelings and swipe off the tops of 50 juniors, is a revelation. White pine, hemlock and spruce share this country with maples, black and white birches and beech. Maple seems to have few preferences, and the white birches straggle and shiver on the outskirts of every camp, but the pines hold together in solid regiments, sending out skirmishers to invade a neglected pasture on the first opportunity. There is no overcoat warmer than the pines in a gale, when the woods for miles round are singing like cathedral organs, and the first snow of the year powders the rock ledges. The mosses and lichens, green, sulphur and amber, stud the copper floor of needles, where the feathery ground pine runs aimlessly to and fro along the ground, spelling out broken words of half-forgotten charms. There are checkerberries on the outskirts of the wood, where the partridge he's a ruffed grouse, really dines, and by the deserted logging roads, toadstools of all colours sprout on the decayed stumps. Wherever a green or blue rock lifts from the hillside, the needles have been packed and matted round its base, till, when the sunshine catches them, stone and setting together, look no meaner than turquoise in dead gold. The woods are full of colour, belts and blotches of it, the colours of the savage, red, yellow and blue. Yet in their lodges there is very little life, for the wood people do not readily go into the shadows. The squirrels have their business among the beeches and hickories by the roadside, where they can watch the traffic and talk. We have no grey ones hereabouts. They are good to eat and suffer for it, but 5 reds live in a hickory hard by, and no weather puts them to sleep. The woodchuck, a marmot and a strategist, makes his burrow in the middle of a field, where he must see you ere you see him. Now and again a dog manages to cut him off his base, and the battle is worth crossing fields to watch. But the woodchuck turned in long ago, and will not be out till April. The coon lives, well, no one seems to know particularly where Brer Coon lives, but when the hunter's moon is large and full, he descends into the cornlands, and men chase him with dogs for his fur, which makes the finest kind of overcoat, and his flesh, which tastes like chicken. He cries at night sorrowfully, as though a child were lost. They seem to kill, for one reason or other, everything that moves in this land. Hawks, of course, eagles for their rarity, foxes for their pelts, red-shouldered blackbirds and Baltimore orioles because they're pretty, and the other small things for sport, French fashion. You can get a rifle of a kind for 12 shillings, and if your neighbour be fool enough to post notices forbidding hunting and fishing, you naturally seek his woods. So the country is very silent and unalive. There are, however, bears within a few miles, as you will see from this notice picked up at the local tobacconist's. Johnny, get your gun. Bear hunt. As the bears are too numerous in the town of Peltyville Corners, Vermont, the hunters of the surrounding towns are invited to participate in a grand hunt to be held on Blue Mountains in the town of Peltyville Corners, Vermont, Wednesday, November 8th, if pleasant. If not, first fine day. Come one, come all. They went, but it was the bear that would not participate. The notice was printed at somebody's electric print establishment. Queer mixture, isn't it? The bear does not run large as a rule, but he has a weakness for swine and calves, which brings punishment. 12 hours' rail and a little marching take you up to the moose country, and 20-odd miles from here, as the crow flies, you come to virgin timber where trappers live, and where there is a lost pond that many have found once but can never find again. Men who are of one blood with sheep have followed their friends and the railway along the river valleys where the towns are. Across the hills the inhabitants are few, and outside their state little known. They withdraw from society in November, if they live on the uplands, coming down in May as the snow gives leave. Not much more than a generation ago, these farms made their own clothes, soap and candles, and killed their own meat thrice a year, beef, veal and pig, and sat still between times. Now they buy shop-made clothes, patent soaps and kerosene, and it's among their tents that the huge red and gilt biographies of presidents, and the £20 family Bibles with illuminated marriage registers, mourning cards, baptismal certificates, and hundreds of genuine steel engravings sell best. Here, too, off the main travelled roads, the wandering quack, patent electric pills, nerve cures, etc., divides the field with the seed and fruit man and the seller of cattle boluses. They dose themselves a good deal, I fancy, for it is a poor family that does not know all about nervous prostration. So the quack drives a pair of horses and a gaily painted wagon with a hood, and sometimes takes his wife with him. Once only have I met a pedlar afoot. He was an old man, shaken with palsy, and he pushed a thing exactly like a pauper's burial cart, selling pins, tape, scents, and flavourings. You helped yourself, for his hands had no direction, and he told a long tale in which the deeding away of a farm to one of his family was mixed up with pride at the distances he still could cover daily. As much as 6 miles sometimes. He was no Lear, as the gift of the farm might suggest, but sealed of the tribe of the Wandering Jew, a tremulous old giddy-gaddy. There are many such rovers, gelders of colts and the like, who work a long beat, south to Virginia almost, and north to the frontier, paying with talk and gossip for their entertainment. Yet tramps are few, and that is well, for the American article answers almost exactly to the vagrant and criminal tribes of India, being a predatory ruffian who knows too much to work. Bad places to beg in after dark on a farm, very, is Vermont. Gypsies pitch their camp by the river in the spring, and cooper horses in the manner of their tribe. They have the gypsy look and some of the old gypsy names, but say they are largely mixed with Gentile blood. Winter has chased all these really interesting people south, and in a few weeks, if we have anything of a snow, the back farms will be unvisited save by the doctor's hooded sleigh. It is no child's play to hold a practice here through the winter months, when the drifts are really formed, and a pair can drop in up to their saddle pads. 4 horses a day some of them use, and use up, for they are good men. Now in the big silence of the snow is born, perhaps, not a little of that New England conscience which her children write about. There is much time to think, and thinking is a highly dangerous business. Conscience, fear, undigested reading, and it may be not too well cooked food, have full swing. A man, and more particularly a woman, can easily hear strange voices, the word of the Lord rolling between the dead hills, may see visions and dream dreams, get revelations and an outpouring of the Spirit, and end, such things have been, lamentably enough, in those big houses by the Connecticut River, which have been tenderly christened the Retreat. Hate breeds as well as religion, the deep in-striking hate between neighbours that is born of 100 little things added up, brooded over and hatched by the stove when 2 or 3 talk together in the long evenings. It would be very interesting to get statistics of revivals and murders and find out how many of them have been committed in the spring. But for undistracted people, winter is one long delight to the eye. In other lands one knows the snow as a nuisance that comes and goes, and is sorely manhandled and messed at the last. Here it lies longer on the ground than any crop, from November to April sometimes, and for 3 months life goes to the tune of sleigh bells, which are not, as a southern visitor once hinted, ostentation, but safeguards. The man who drives without them is not loved. The snow is a faithful barometer, foretelling good sleighing or stark confinement to barracks. It is all the manure the stony patches receive. It cloaks the ground and prevents the frost bursting pipes. It is the best, I had almost written the only, road maker in the States. On the other side, it can rise up in the night and bid the people sit still as the Egyptians. It can stop mails, wipe out all timetables, extinguish the lamps of 20 towns, and kill man within sight of his own doorstep, or hearing of his cattle unfed. No one who has been through even so modified a blizzard as New England can produce talks lightly of the snow. Imagine 48 hours of roaring wind, the thermometer well down towards zero, scooping and gouging across 100 miles of newly fallen snow. The air is full of stinging shot, and at 10 yards the trees are invisible. The foot slides on a reef, polished and black as obsidian, where the wind has skimmed an exposed corner of road down to the dirt ice of early winter. The next step ends hip deep and over, for here an unseen wall is banking back the rush of the singing drifts. A scarped edge rises sheer across the road. The wind shifts a point or two, and all sinks down like sand in an hourglass, leaving a pothole of whirling whiteness. There is a lull, and you can see the surface of the fields settling furiously in one direction, a tide that spurts from between the tree boles. The hollows of the pastures fill while you watch, empty, fill, and discharge anew. The rock ledges show the bare flank of a storm-chased liner for a moment, and, whitening, duck under. Irresponsible snow devils dance by the lee of a barn where 3 gusts meet, or stagger out into the open till they are cut down by the main wind. At the worst of the storm there is neither heaven nor earth, but only a swizzle into which a man may be brewed. Distances grow to nightmare scale, and that which in the summer was no more than a minute's bareheaded run is half an hour's gasping struggle, each foot won between the lulls. Then do the heavy timbered barns talk like ships in a cross sea, beam working against beam. The winter's hay is ribbed over with long lines of snow dust blown between the boards, and far below in the byre the oxen crash their horns and moan uneasily. The next day is blue, breathless, and most utterly still. The farmers shovel away to their beasts, bind with chains their large ploughshares to their heaviest wood sled, and take of oxen as many as Allah has given them. These they drive, and the dragging share makes a furrow in which a horse can walk, and the oxen, by force of repeatedly going in up to their bellies, presently find foothold. The finished road is a deep double gutter between 3-foot walls of snow, where by custom the heavier vehicle has the right of way. The lighter man, when he turns out, must drop waist deep and haul his unwilling beast into the drift, leaving Providence to steady the sleigh. In the towns, where they choke and splutter and gasp, the big snow turns to horsepondine. With us it stays still, but wind, sun, and rain get to work on it, lest the texture and colour should not change daily. Rain makes a granulated crust over all, in which white shagreen the trees are faintly reflected. Heavy mists go up and down, and create a sort of mirage, till they settle and pack round the iron-tipped hills. And then you know how the moon must look to an inhabitant of it. At twilight again, the beaten-down ridges and laps and folds of the uplands take on the likeness of wet sand, some huge and melancholy beach at the world's end, and when day meets night it is all goblin country. To westward, the last of the spent day, rust red and pearl, illimitable levels of shore waiting for the tide to turn again. To eastward, black night among the valleys, and on the rounded hill slopes a hard glaze that is not so much light as snail slime from the moon. Once or twice, perhaps, in the winter, the northern lights come out between the moon and the sun, so that to the 2 unearthly nights is added the leap and flare of the aurora borealis. In January or February come the great ice storms, when every branch, blade, and trunk is coated with frozen rain, so that you can touch nothing truly. The spikes of the pines are sunk into pear-shaped crystals, and each fence post is miraculously hilted with diamonds. If you bend a twig, the icing cracks like varnish, and a half-inch branch snaps off at the lightest tap. If wind and sun open the day together, the eye cannot look steadily at the splendour of this jewellery. The woods are full of the clatter of arms, the ringing of bucks' horns in flight, the stampede of mailed feet up and down the glades, and a great dust of battle is puffed out into the open, till the last of the ice is beaten away, and the cleared branches take up their regular chant. Again the mercury drops 20 and more below zero, and the very trees swoon. The snow turns to French chalk, squeaking under the heel, and their breath cloaks the oxen in rime. At night a tree's heart will break in him with a groan. According to the books, the frost has split something, but it is a fearful sound, this grunt as of a man stunned. Winter that is winter in earnest does not allow cattle and horses to play about the fields, so everything comes home, and since no share can break the ground to any profit for some 5 months, there would seem to be very little to do. As a matter of fact, country interests at all seasons are extensive and peculiar, and the day is not long enough for them when you take out that time which a self-respecting man needs to turn himself around in. Consider. The solid, undisturbed hours stand about one like ramparts. At a certain time the sun will rise. At another hour, equally certain, he will set. This much we know. Why, in the name of reason, therefore, should we vex ourselves with vain exertions? An occasional visitor from the cities of the plains comes up panting to do things. He has sat down to listen to the normal beat of his own heart, a sound that very few men have heard. In a few days, when the lather of impatience has dried off, he ceases to talk of getting there or being left. He does not desire to accomplish matters right away, nor does he look at his watch from force of habit, but keeps it where it should be in his stomach. At the last he goes back to his beleaguered city, unwillingly, partially civilized, soon to be re-savaged by the clash of 1,000 wars whose echo does not reach here. The air which kills germs dries out the very newspapers. They might be of tomorrow or 100 years ago. They have nothing to do with today. The long, full, sunlit today. Our interests are not on the same scale as theirs, perhaps, but much more complex. The movement of a foreign power, an alien sleigh on this Pontic shore, must be explained and accounted for, or this public's heart will burst with unsatisfied curiosity. If it be Buck Davis, with the white mare that he traded his colt for, and the practically new sleigh robe that he bought at the Sewell auction, why does Buck Davis, who lives on the river flats, cross our hills? Unless Murder Hollow be blockaded with snow, or unless he has turkeys for sale. But Buck Davis with turkeys would surely have stopped here, unless he were selling a large stock in town. A wail from the sacking at the back of the sleigh tells the tale. It is a winter calf, and Buck Davis is going to sell it for $1 to the Boston market, where it will be turned into potted chicken. This leaves the mystery of his change of route unexplained. After 2 days sitting on tenterhooks, it is discovered obliquely that Buck went to pay a dooryard call on Orson Butler, who lives on the Satyr, where the wind and the bald granite scours fight it out together. Kirk Deming had brought Orson news of a fox at the back of Black Mountain, and Orson's eldest son, going to Murder Hollow with wood for the new barn floor that the widow Amidon is laying down, told Buck that he might as well come round to talk to his father about the pig. But old man Butler meant fox hunting from the first, and what he wanted to do was to borrow Buck's dog, who had been duly brought over with the calf and left on the mountain. No, old man Butler did not go hunting alone, but waited till Buck came back from town. Buck sold the calf for $1.25, and not for 75 cents, as was falsely asserted by interested parties. Then the two went after the fox together. This much learned, everyone breathes freely. if life has not been complicated in the meantime by more strange countermarchings. 5 or 6 sleighs a day we can understand, if we know why they are abroad, but any metropolitan rush of traffic disturbs and excites. End of Leaves from a Winter Notebook. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. End of From Tideway to Tideway. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. Letters to the Family, 1907 onwards. The Road to Quebec, 1907. From Letters of Travel. It must be hard for those who do not live there to realise the cross between canker and blight that has settled on England for the last couple of years. The effects of it are felt throughout the Empire, but at headquarters we taste the stuff in the very air, just as one tastes iodoform in the cups and bread and butter of a hospital tea. So far as one can come at things in the present fog, every form of unfitness, general or specialised, born or created during the last generation, has combined in one big trust, a majority of all the minorities, to play the game of government. Now that the game ceases to amuse, 9/10 of the English who set these folk in power are crying, "If we had only known what they were going to do, we should never have voted for them." Yet, as the rest of the Empire perceived at the time, these men were always perfectly explicit as to their emotions and intentions. They said, first, and drove it home by large pictures, that no possible advantage to the Empire outweighed the cruelty and injustice of charging the British working man 2.5 halfpenny a week on some of his provisions. Incidentally, they explained, so that all earth except England heard it, that the army was wicked, much of the navy unnecessary, that half the population of one of the colonies practised slavery with torture for the sake of private gain, and that the mere name of empire wearied and sickened them. On these grounds they stood to save England. On these grounds they were elected, with what seemed like clear orders to destroy the blood-stained fetish of empire as soon as possible. The present mellow condition of Ireland, Egypt, India and South Africa is proof of their honesty and obedience. Over and above this, their mere presence in office produced, all along our lines, the same moral effect as the presence of an incompetent master in a classroom. Paper pellets, books and ink began to fly. Desks were thumped. Dirty pens were jabbed into those trying to work. Rats and mice were set free amid squeals of exaggerated fear, and, as usual, the least desirable characters in the forms were loudest to profess noble sentiments and most eloquent grief at being misjudged. Still, the English are not happy, and the unrest and slackness increase. On the other hand, which is to our advantage, the isolation of the unfit in one political party has thrown up extremists in what the Babu called all their naked cui bono. These last are after satisfying the 2 chief desires of primitive man by the very latest gadgets in scientific legislation. But how to get free food and free, shall we say, love within the 4 corners of an Act of Parliament without giving the game away too grossly worries them a little. It is easy enough to laugh at this, but we are all so knit together nowadays that a rot at what is called headquarters may spread like bubonic with every steamer. I went across to Canada the other day for a few weeks, mainly to escape the blight, and also to see what our eldest sister was doing. Have you ever noticed that Canada has to deal in the lump with most of the problems that afflict us others severally? For example, she has the double language, double law, double politics drawback in a worse form than South Africa, because, unlike our Dutch, her French cannot well marry outside their religion, and they take their orders from Italy, less central sometimes than Pretoria or Stellenbosch. She has, too, something of Australia's labour fuss, minus Australia's isolation, but plus the open and secret influence of labour entrenched with arms and high explosives on neighbouring soil. To complete the parallel, she keeps tucked away behind mountains a trifle of land called British Columbia, which resembles New Zealand, and New Zealanders who do not find much scope for young enterprise in their own country are drifting up to British Columbia already. Canada has in her time known calamity more serious than floods, frost, drought and fire, and has macadamized some stretches of her road towards nationhood with the broken hearts of 2 generations. That is why one can discuss with Canadians of the old stock matters which an Australian or New Zealander could no more understand than a wealthy child understands death. Truly we are an odd family. Australia and New Zealand, the Maori War not counted, have got everything for nothing. South Africa gave everything and got less than nothing. Canada has given and taken all along the line for nigh on 300 years, and in some respects is the wisest, as she should be the happiest of us all. She seems to be curiously unconscious of her position in the Empire, perhaps because she has lately been talked at or down to by her neighbours. You know how at any gathering of our men from all quarters it is tacitly conceded that Canada takes the lead in the imperial game. To put it roughly, she saw the goal more than 10 years ago and has been working the ball toward it ever since. That is why her inaction at the last Imperial Conference made people who were interested in the play wonder why she, of all of us, chose to brigade herself with General Botha and to block the forward rush. I, too, asked that question of many. The answer was something like this. We saw that England wasn't taking anything just then. Why should we have laid ourselves open to be snubbed worse than we were? We sat still. Quite reasonable. Almost too convincing. There was really no need that Canada should have done other than she did, except that she was the eldest sister, and more was expected of her. She is a little too modest. We discussed this first of all under the lee of a wet deck house in mid-Atlantic, man after man cutting in and out of the talk as he sucked at his damp tobacco. The passengers were nearly all unmixed Canadian, mostly born in the maritime provinces, where their fathers speak of Canada as Sussex speaks of England, but scattered about their businesses throughout the wide dominion. They were at ease, too, among themselves, with that pleasant intimacy that stamps every branch of our family, and every boat that it uses on its homeward way. A Cape liner is all the subcontinent from the equator to Simonstown. An Orient boat is Australasian throughout, and a CPR steamer cannot be confused with anything except Canada. It is a pity one may not be born in 4 places at once, and then one would understand the half-tones and asides and the allusions of all our family life without waste of precious time. These big men, smoking in the drizzle, had hope in their eyes, belief in their tongues, and strength in their hearts. I used to think miserably of other boats at the south end of this ocean, a quarter full of people deprived of these things. A young man kindly explained to me how Canada had suffered through what he called the imperial connection, how she had been diversely bedevilled by English statesmen for political reasons. He did not know his luck, nor would he believe me when I tried to point it out, but a nice man in a plaid, who knew South Africa, lurched round the corner and fell on him with facts and imagery which astonished the patriotic young mind. The plaid finished his outburst with the uncontradicted statement that the English were mad. All our talks ended on that note. It was an experience to move in the midst of a new contempt. One understands and accepts the bitter scorn of the Dutch. The hopeless anger of one's own race in South Africa is also part of the burden. But the Canadian's profound, sometimes humorous, often bewildered, always polite contempt of the England of today cuts a little. You see, that late unfashionable war was very real to Canada. She sent several men to it, and a thinly populated country is apt to miss her dead more than a crowded one. When from her point of view they have died for no conceivable advantage, moral or material, her business instincts, or it may be mere animal love for her children, cause her to remember and resent quite a long time after the thing should be decently forgotten. I was shocked at the vehemence with which some men and women spoke of the affair. Some of them went so far as to discuss, on the ship and elsewhere, whether England would stay in the family, or whether, as some eminent statesman was said to have asserted in private talk, she would cut the painter to save expense. One man argued without any heat that she would not so much break out of the empire in one flurry as politically vend her children one by one to the nearest power that threatened her comfort, the sale of each case to be preceded by a steady blast of abuse of the chosen victim. He quoted, really these people have viciously long memories, the 5-year campaign of abuse against South Africans as a precedent and a warning. Our Tobacco Parliament next set itself to consider by what means, if this happened, Canada could keep her identity unsubmerged. And that led to one of the most curious talks I have ever heard. It seemed to be decided that she might, just might, pull through by the skin of her teeth as a nation if, but this was doubtful, England did not help others to hammer her. Now, 20 years ago one would not have heard any of this sort of thing. If it sounds a little mad, remember that the mother country was throughout considered as a lady in violent hysterics. Just at the end of the talk, one of our 12 or 1300 steerage passengers leaped overboard, ulstered and booted, into a confused and bitter cold sea. Every horror in the world has its fitting ritual. For the 5th time, and 4 times in just such weather, I heard the screw stop, saw our wake curve like a whiplash as the great township wrenched herself round. The lifeboat's crew hurry to the boat deck, the bareheaded officer race up the shrouds and look for any sign of the poor head that had valued itself so lightly. A boat amidst waves can see nothing. There was nothing to see from the first. We waited and quartered the ground back and forth for a long hour, while the rain fell and the seas slapped along our sides, and the steam fluttered drearily through the escapes. Then we went ahead. The St. Lawrence on the last day of the voyage paid up nobly. The maples along its banks had turned, blood red and splendid as the banners of lost youth. Even the oak is not more of a national tree than the maple, and the sight of its welcome made the folks aboard still more happy. A dry wind brought along all the clean smell of their continent, mixed odours of sawn lumber, virgin earth, and wood smoke, and they snuffed it, and their eyes softened as they identified point after point along their own beloved river, places where they played and fished and amused themselves in holiday time. It must be pleasant to have a country of one's very own to show off. Understand, they did not in any way boast, shout, squeak, or exclaim, these even-voiced returned men and women. They were simply and unfeignedly glad to see home again. And they said, "Isn't it lovely? Don't you think it's beautiful? We love it." At Quebec there is a sort of place, much infested by locomotives, like a coal chute, whence rise the heights that Wolfe's men scaled on their way to the Plains of Abraham. Perhaps of all the tide marks in our lands, the affair of Quebec touches the heart and the eye more nearly than any other. Everything meets there. France, the jealous partner of England's glory by land and sea for 800 years, England, bewildered as usual, but for a wonder not openly opposing Pitt. Who knew? Those other people, destined to break from England as soon as the French peril was removed, Montcalm himself, doomed and resolute, Wolfe, the inevitable trained workman appointed for the finish, and somewhere in the background one James Cook, master of HMS Mercury, making beautiful and delicate charts of the St. Lawrence River. For these reasons the Plains of Abraham are crowned with all sorts of beautiful things, including a jail and a factory. Montcalm's left wing is marked by the jail, and Wolfe's right by the factory. There is, happily, now a movement on foot to abolish these adornments and turn the battlefield and its surroundings into a park, which, by nature and association, would be one of the most beautiful in our world. Yet, in spite of the jails on one side and convents on the other, and the thin black wreck of the Quebec railway bridge lying like a dumped carload of tin cans in the river, the eastern gate to Canada is noble with a dignity beyond words. We saw it very early, when the undersides of the clouds turned chilly pink over a high-piled, brooding, dusky purple city. Just at the point of dawn, what looked like the Sultan Haroun al-Rashid's own private shallop, all spangled with coloured lights, stole across the iron-grey water and disappeared into the darkness of a slip. She came out again in 3 minutes, but the full day had come too, so she snapped off her masthead, steering, and cabin electrics, and turned into a dingy white ferry boat, full of cold passengers. I spoke to a Canadian about her. "Why, she's the old so-and-so to Point Levy's," he answered, wondering as the Cockney wonders when a stranger stares at an inner-circle train. This was his inner circle, the Zion where he was all at ease. He drew my attention to stately city and stately river with the same tranquil pride that we each feel when the visitor steps across our own threshold, whether that be Southampton Water on a grey, wavy morning, Sydney Harbour with a regatta in full swing, or Table Mountain, radiant and new-washed after the Christmas rains. He had, quite rightly, felt personally responsible for the weather and every flaming stretch of maple since we had entered the river. The north-westerner in these parts is the equivalent to the south-easter elsewhere, and may impress a guest unfavourably. Then the autumn sun rose, and the man smiled. Personally and politically, he said, he loathed the city, but it was his. "Well," he asked at last, "what do you think? Not so bad?" "Oh no, not at all so bad," I answered, and it wasn't till much later that I realised that we had exchanged the countersign which runs clear round the Empire. End of Chapter 10. The Road to Quebec. 1907. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Letters to the Family, 1907 onwards. A People at Home. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. A People at Home. An up-country proverb says, "She was bidden to the wedding and set down to grind corn." The same fate, reversed, overtook me on my little excursion. There is a crafty network of organisations of businessmen called Canadian Clubs. They catch people who look interesting, assemble their members during the midday lunch hour, and, tying the victim to a stake, bid him discourse on anything that he thinks he knows. The idea might be copied elsewhere, since it takes men out of themselves to listen to matters not otherwise coming under their notice, and, at the same time, does not hamper their work. It is safely short, too. The whole affair cannot exceed an hour, of which the lunch fills half. The clubs print their speeches annually, and one gets cross-sections of many interesting questions, from practical forestry to state mints, all set out by experts. Not being an expert, the experience to me was very like hard work. Till then I had thought speech-making was a sort of conversational whist that anyone could cut in at. I perceive now that it is an art of conventions remote from anything that comes out of an ink-pot, and of colours hard to control. The Canadians seem to like listening to speeches, and though this is by no means a national vice, they make good oratory an occasion. You know the old belief that the white man on brown, red, or black lands will throw back in manner and instinct to the type originally bred there. Thus a speech in Taal should carry the deep roll, the direct belly appeal, the reiterated cunning arguments, and the few simple metaphors of the prince of commercial orators, the Bantu. A New Zealander is said to speak from his diaphragm, hands clenched at the sides, as the old Maoris used. What we know of first-class Australian oratory shows us the same alertness, swift flight, and clean delivery as a thrown boomerang. I had half expected in Canadian speeches some survival of the Redskins' elaborate appeal to suns, moons, and mountains, touches of grandiosity and ceremonial invocations, but nothing that I heard was referable to any primitive stock. There was a dignity, a restraint, and above all a weight in it. Rather curious when one thinks of the influences to which the land lies open. Red it was not, French it was not, but a thing as much by itself as the speakers. So, with the Canadian's few gestures and the bearing of his body, during the Boer War, one watched the contingents from every point of view, and most likely drew wrong inferences. It struck me then that the Canadian, even when tired, slacked off less than the men from the hot countries, and, while resting, did not lie on his back or his belly, but rather on his side, a leg doubled under him, ready to rise in one surge. This time, while I watched assemblies seated, men in hotels and passers-by, I fancied that he kept this habit of semi-tenseness at home among his own, that it was the complement of the man's still countenance and his even lowered voice. Looking at their footmarks on the ground, they seemed to throw an almost straight track, neither splayed nor in-toed, and to set their feet down with a gentle forward pressure, rather like the Australian's stealthy footfall. Talking among themselves or waiting for friends, they did not drum with their fingers, fiddle with their feet, or feel the hair on their faces. These things seem trivial enough, but when breeds are in the making, everything is worth while. A man told me once, but I never tried the experiment, that each of our 4 races light and handle fire in their own way. Small wonder we differ. Here is a people with no people at their backs, driving the great world plough which wins the world's bread up and over the shoulder of the world, a spectacle as it might be of some tremendous Norse legend. North of them lies Niflheim's enduring cold, with the flick and crackle of the aurora for Bifrost Bridge that Odin and the Aesir visited. These people also go north year by year and drag audacious railways with them. Sometimes they burst into good wheat or timberland, sometimes into mines of treasure, and all the north is foil of voices, as South Africa was once, telling discoveries and making prophecies. When the winter comes over the greater part of this country outside the cities, they must sit still and eat and drink as the Aesir did. In summer they cram 12 months' work into 6, because between such and such dates certain far rivers will shut, and later certain others, till at last even the great eastern gate at Quebec locks, and men must go in and out by the side doors at Halifax and St. John. These are conditions that make for extreme boldness, but not for extravagant boastings. The maples tell when it is time to finish, and all work in hand is regulated by their warning signal. Some jobs can be put through before winter, others must be laid aside, ready to jump forward without a lost minute in spring. Thus, from Quebec to Calgary, a note of drive, not hustle, but drive and finish up, hummed like the steam threshers on the still autumn air. Hunters and sportsmen were coming in from the north, prospectors with them, their faces foil of misery, their pockets full of samples, like prospectors the world over. They had already been wearing wolf and coonskin coats. In the great cities which work the year round, carriage shops exhibited 1 or 2 selective nickel-plated sledges as a hint, for the sleigh is the chariot at hand here of love. In the country, the farmhouses were stacking up their wood piles within reach of the kitchen door, and taking down the fly screens. One leaves these on, as a rule, till the double windows are brought up from the cellar, and one has to hunt all over the house for missing screws. Sometimes one saw a few flashing lengths of new stovepipe in a backyard, and pitied the owner. There is no humour in the old, bitter true stovepipe jests of the comic papers. But the railways, the wonderful railways, told the winter's tale most emphatically. The 30-ton coal cars were moving over 3,000 miles of track. They grunted and lurched against each other in the switch yards, or thumped past statelily at midnight on their way to provident housekeepers of the prairie towns. It was not a clear way either, for the bacon, the lard, the apples, the butter, and the cheese, in beautiful whitewood barrels, were rolling eastward toward the steamers before the wheat should descend on them. That is the fifth act of the great year play for which the stage must be cleared. On scores of congested sidings lay huge girders, rolled beams, limbs, and boxes of rivets, once intended for the late Quebec Bridge, now so much mere obstruction, and the victuals had to pick their way through 'em. And behind the victuals was the lumber, clean wood out of the mountains, logs, planks, clapboards, and lathes, for which we pay such sinful prices in England, all seeking the sea. There was housing, food, and fuel for millions, on wheels together, and never a grain yet shifted of the real staple, which men for 500 miles were threshing out in heaps as high as 50-pound villas. Add to this that the railways were concerned for their own new developments. Double trackings, loops, cut-offs, taps, and feeder lines, and great swoops out into untouched lands soon to be filled with men. So the construction, ballast, and material trains, the grading machines, the wrecking cars with their camel-like sneering cranes, the whole plant of a new civilization, had to find room somewhere in the general rally before nature cried, "Lay off!" Does anyone remember that joyful, strong confidence after the war, when it seemed that at last South Africa was to be developed, when men laid out railways and gave orders for engines and fresh rolling stock and labour, and believed gloriously in the future? It is true the hope was murdered afterward, but multiply that good hour by 1,000, and you will have some idea of how it feels to be in Canada, a place which even an imperial government cannot kill. I had the luck to be shown some things from the inside, to listen to the details of works projected, the record of works done. Above all, I saw what had actually been achieved in the 15 years since I had last come that way. One advantage of a new land is that it makes you feel older than time. I met cities where there had been nothing, literally absolutely nothing, except, as the fairy tales say, the birds crying and the grass waving in the wind. Villages and hamlets had grown to great towns, and the great towns themselves had trebled and quadrupled, and the railways rubbed their hands and cried, like the Afrites of old, "Shall we make a city where no city is, or render flourishing a city that is desolate?" They do it too, while across the water gentlemen, never forced to suffer one day's physical discomfort in all their lives, pipe up and say, "How grossly materialistic!" I wonder sometimes whether any eminent novelist, philosopher, dramatist, or divine of today has to exercise half the pure imagination, not to mention insight, endurance, and self-restraint, which is accepted without comment in what is called the material exploitation of a new country. Take only the question of creating a new city at the junction of two lines, all three in the air. The mere drama of it, the play of the human virtues, would fill a book. And when the work is finished, when the city is, when the new lines embrace a new belt of farms, and the tide of the wheat has rolled north another unexpected degree, the men who did it break off without compliments to repeat the joke elsewhere. I had some talk with a youngish man whose business it was to train avalanches to jump clear of his section of the track. Thor went to Jotunheim only once or twice, and he had his useful hammer Mjolnir with him. This Thor lived in Jotunheim, among the green ice-crowned peaks of the Selkirks, where if you disturb the giants at certain seasons of the year by making noises, they will sit upon you and all your fine emotions. So Thor watches them glaring under the May sun, or dull and doubly dangerous beneath the spring rains. He wards off their strokes with enormous brattices of wood, wing walls of logs bolted together, and other such contraptions as experience teaches. He bears the giants no malice. They do their work, he his. What bothers him a little is that the wind of their blows sometimes rips pines out of the opposite hillsides, explodes, as it were, a whole valley. He thinks, however, he can fix things so as to split large avalanches into little ones. Another man, to whom I did not talk, sticks in my memory. He had for years and years inspected trains at the head of a heavyish grade in the mountains, though not half so steep as the Hex, where all brakes are jammed home and the cars slither warily for 10 miles. Tyre troubles there would be inconvenient, so he, as the best man, is given the heaviest job, monotony and responsibility combined. He did me the honour of wanting to speak to me, but first he inspected his train, on all fours with a hammer. By the time he was satisfied of the integrity of the underpinnings, it was time for us to go, and all that I got was a friendly wave of the hand, a master craftsman's sign, you might call it. Canada seems full of this class of materialist. Which reminds me that the other day I saw the lady herself, in the shape of a tall woman of 25 or 6, waiting for her tram on a street corner. She wore her almost flaxen gold hair waved and parted low on the forehead, beneath a black astrachan toque, with a red enamel maple leaf hat pin in one side of it. This was the one touch of colour, except the flicker of a buckle on the shoe. The dark tailor-made dress had no trinkets or attachments, but fitted perfectly. She stood for perhaps a minute without any movement, both hands, right bare, left gloved, hanging naturally at her sides, the very fingers still, the weight of the superb body carried evenly on both feet, and the profile, which was that of Gudrun or a Slaughter, thrown out against a dark stone column. What struck me most, next to the grave, tranquil eyes, was her slow, unhurried breathing in the hurry about her. She was evidently a regular fare, for when her tram stopped, she smiled at the lucky conductor, and the last I saw of her was a flash of the sun on the red maple leaf, the full face still lighted by that smile, and her hair very pale gold against the dead black fur. But the power of the mouth, the wisdom of the brow, the human comprehension of the eyes, and the outstriking vitality of the creature remained. That is how I would have my country drawn, were I a Canadian, and hung in Ottawa Parliament House for the discouragement of prevaricators. End of A People at Home. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org. Letters to the Family, 1907 onwards. Cities and Spaces. From Letters of Travel by Rudyard Kipling. What would you do with a magic carpet if one were lent you? I ask because for a month we had a private car of our very own, a trifling affair less than 70 foot long and 30-ton weight. You may find her useful, said the donor casually, to knock about the country. Hitch onto any train you choose and stop off where you choose. So she bore us over the CPR from the Atlantic to the Pacific and back, and when we had no more need of her, vanished like the mango tree after the trick. A private car, though many books have been written in it, is hardly the best place from which to study a country, unless it happen that you have kept house and seen the seasons round under normal conditions on the same continent. Then you know how the cars look from the houses, which is not in the least as the houses look from the cars. Then the very porter's brush in its nickel clip, the long cathedral-like aisle between the well-known green seats, the toll of the bell and the deep organ-like note of the engine wake up memories, and every sight, smell and sound outside are like old friends remembering old days together. A piano-top buggy on a muddy, broad, sidewalked street, all cut up by the narrow tires, the shingling at the corner of a veranda of a new-built house, a broken snake fence girdling an old pasture of mulleins and skull-headed boulders, a wisp of Virginia creeper dying splendidly on the edge of a patch of corn, half a dozen panels of snow fence above a cutting, or even a shameless patent medicine advertisement, yellow on the black of a tobacco barn, can make the heart thump and the eyes fill if the beholder have only touched the life of which they are part. What must they mean to the native born? There was a prairie-bred girl on the train coming back after a year on the continent, for whom the pine-belted hills, with real mountains behind, the solemn loops of the river, and the intimate, friendly farm had nothing to tell. "You can do these landscapes better in Italy," she explained. And with the indescribable gesture of plains folk stifled in broken ground, "I want to push these hills away and get into the open again. I'm Winnipeg." She would have understood that Hanover Road schoolmistress back from a visit to Cape Town, who I once saw drive off into 30 miles of mirage, almost shouting, "Thank God, here's something like home at last." Other people ricocheted from side to side of the car, reviving this, rediscovering that, anticipating t'other thing, which, sure enough, slid round the next curve to meet them, caring nothing if all the world knew they were home again. And the newly arrived Englishman, with his large wooden packing cases marked "Settlers' Effects," had no more part in the show than a newboy on his first day at school. But 2 years in Canada and 1 run home will make him free of the brotherhood in Canada, as it does anywhere else. He may grumble at certain aspects of the life, lament certain richnesses only to be found in England, but as surely as he grumbles, so surely he returns to the big skies and the big chances. The failures are those who complain that the land "does not know a gentleman when it sees him." They're quite right. The land suspends all judgment on all men till it has seen them work. Thereafter, as may be, but work they must, because there is a very great deal to be done. Unluckily, the railroads which made the country are bringing in persons who are particular as to the nature and amenities of their work, and if so be they do not find precisely what they are looking for, they complain in print, which makes all men seem equal. The special joy of our trip lay in having travelled the line when it was new, and like the Canada of those days, not much believed in, when all the high and important officials whose little fingers unhooked cars were also small and disregarded. Today, things, men, and cities were different, and the story of the line mixed itself up with the story of the country. The while the car wheels clicked out John Kino, Nagasaki, Yokohama, Hakodate, hey. For we were following in the wake of the Imperial Limited, all full of Hong Kong and treaty ports men. There were old, known, and wonderfully grown cities to be looked at before we could get away to the new work out west. And "What do you think of this building and that suburb?" they said imperiously. "Come out and see what's been done in this generation." The impact of a continent is rather overwhelming till you remind yourself that it is no more than your own joy and love and pride in your own patch of garden, written a little large over a few more acres. Again, as always, it was the dignity of the cities that impressed, an austere northern dignity of outline, grouping, and perspective, aloof from the rush of traffic in the streets. Montreal, of the black-frocked priests and the French notices, had it. Ottawa, of the grey stone palaces and the St. Petersburg-like shining water frontages, and Toronto, consumingly commercial, carried the same power in the same repose. Men are always building better than they know, and perhaps this steadfast architecture is waiting for the race when their first flurry of newly realised expansion shall have spent itself, and the present hurrah's nest of telephone poles in the streets shall have been abolished. There are strong objections to any non-fusible bilingual community within a nation, but however much the French are made to hang back in the work of development, their withdrawn and unconcerned cathedrals, schools, and convents, and one aspect of the spirit that breathes from them, make for good. Says young Canada, There are millions of dollars worth of church property in the cities which aren't allowed to be taxed. On the other hand, the Catholic schools and universities, though they are reported to keep up the old medieval mistrust of Greek, teach the classics as lovingly, tenderly, and intimately as the old church has always taught them. After all, it must be worth something to say your prayers in a dialect of the tongue that Virgil handled. And a certain touch of insolence, more magnificent and more ancient than the insolence of present materialism, makes a good blend in a new land. I had the good fortune to see the cities through the eyes of an Englishman out for the first time. "Have you been to the bank?" he cried. "I've never seen anything like it." "What's the matter with the bank?" I asked, for the financial situation across the border was at that moment more than usual picturesque. "It's wonderful," says he. "Marble pillars, acres of mosaic, steel grills. Might be a cathedral. No one ever told me." "I shouldn't worry over a bank that pays its depositors," I replied soothingly. "There are several like it in Ottawa and Toronto." Next, he ran across some pictures in some palaces, and was downright angry because no one had told him that there were 5 priceless private galleries in one city. "Look here," he explained. "I've been seeing Corot's and Greuze's and Gainsborough's and a Holbein and hundreds of really splendid pictures." "Why shouldn't you?" I said. "They've given up painting their lodges with vermilion hereabouts." "Yes, but what I mean is, have you seen the equipment of their schools and colleges? Desks, libraries, and lavatories? It's miles ahead of anything we have, and no one ever told me." What was the good of telling? You wouldn't have believed. There's a building in one of the cities on the lines of the Sheldonian, but better, and if you go as far as Winnipeg, you'll see the finest hotel in all the world. "Nonsense," he said. "You're pulling my leg. Winnipeg's a prairie town." I left him still lamenting about a club and a gymnasium this time that no one had ever told him about, and still doubting all that he had heard of wonders to come. If we could only manacle 400 members of Parliament like the Chinese in the election cartoons and walk them round the Empire, what an all-comprehending little empire we should be when the survivors got home. Certainly the cities have a good right to be proud, and I waited for them to boast. But they were so busy explaining that they were only at the beginning of things that, for the honour of the family, I had to do the boasting. In this praiseworthy game I credited Melbourne, rightly, I hope, but the pace was too good to inquire, with acres of municipal buildings and leagues of art galleries, enlarged the borders of Sydney Harbour to meet a statement about Toronto's wharfage, and recommended folk to see Cape Town Cathedral when it should be finished. But the truth will out even on a visit. Our eldest sister has more of beauty and strength inside her 3 cities alone than the rest of us put together. Yet it would do her no harm to send a commission through the 10 great cities of the Empire to see what is being done there in the way of street cleaning, water supply, and traffic regulation. Here and there, the people are infected with the unworthy superstition of hustle, which means half doing your appointed job and applauding your own slapdashery for as long a time as would enable you to finish off 2 clean pieces of work. Little congestions of traffic that an English rural policeman in a country town disentangles automatically are allowed to develop into 10-minute blocks where wagons and men bang and back and blaspheme to no purpose except to waste time. The assembly and dispersal of crowds, purchase of tickets, and a good deal of the small machinery of life is clogged and hampered by this unstable southern spirit, which is own brother to panic. Hustle does not sit well on the national character any more than falsetto or fidgeting becomes grown men. Drive, a laudable and necessary quality, is quite different, and one meets it up the Western Road where the new country is being made. We got clean away from the 3 cities and the close-tilled farming and orchard districts into the land of little lakes, a country of rushing streams, clear-eyed ponds, and boulders among berry bushes, all crying trout and bear. Not so very long ago, Only a few wise people kept holiday in that part of the world, and they did not give away their discoveries. Now it has become a summer playground where people hunt and camp at large. The names of its further rivers are known in England, and men otherwise sane slip away from London into the birches and come out again bearded and smoke-stained, when the ice is thick enough to cut a canoe. Sometimes they go to look for game, sometimes for minerals, perhaps even oil. No one can prophesy. We are only at the beginning of things. Said an Afrite of the railway as we passed in our magic carpet, "You've no notion of the size of our tourist traffic. It has all grown up since the early 90s. The trolley car teaches people in the towns to go for little picnics. When they get more money, they go for long ones. All this continent will want playgrounds soon. We're getting them ready." The girl from Winnipeg saw the morning frost lie white on the long grass at the lake edges, and watched the haze of mellow golden birch leaves as they dropped. "Now that's the way trees ought to turn," she said. "Don't you think our eastern maple is a little violent in colour?" Then we passed through a country where for many hours the talk in the cars was of mines and the treatment of ores. Men told one tales, prospectors' yarns of the sort one used to hear vaguely before Klondike or Nome were public property. They did not care whether one believed or doubted. They too were only at the beginning of things. Silver perhaps, gold perhaps, nickel perhaps. If a great city did not arise at such a place, the very name was new since my day, it would assuredly be born within a few miles of it. The silent men boarded the cars and dropped off and disappeared beyond thickets and hills precisely as the first widely spaced line of skirmishers fans out and vanishes along the front of the day's battle. One old man sat before me like avenging time itself and talked of prophecies of evil that had been falsified. They said there wasn't nothing here except rocks and snow. They said there never wouldn't be nothing here except the railroad. There's them that can't see it. And he gimleted me with a fierce eye. And all the while fortunes is made, piles is made, right under our noses. "Have you made your pile?" I asked. He smiled as the artist smiles. All true prospectors have that lofty smile. Me, no. I've been a prospector most of my time, but I haven't lost anything. I've had my fun out of the game. By God, I've had my fun out of it. I told him how I had once come through when land and timber grants could be picked up for half less than nothing. "Yes," he said placidly. "I reckon if you'd had any kind of an education, you could have made $250,000 easy in those days. And it's to be made now if you could see where. How? Can you tell me what the capital of the Hudson Bay district's going to be? You can't, nor I. Nor yet where the 6 next new cities is going to rise. I get off here, but if I have my health, I'll be out next summer again prospecting north. Imagine a country where men prospect till they are 70, with no fear of fever, fly, horse sickness, or trouble from the natives. A country where food and water always taste good." He told me curious things about some fabled gold, the eternal mother lode out in the north, which is to humble the pride of Nome. And yet, so vast is the empire, he had never heard the name of Johannesburg. As the train swung round the shores of Lake Superior, the talk swung over to wheat. Oh yes, men said, there were mines in the country. They were only at the beginning of mines. But that part of the world existed to clean and grade and handle and deliver the wheat by rail and steamer. The track was being duplicated by a few hundred miles to keep abreast of the floods of it. By and by it might be a 4-track road. They were only at the beginning. Meantime, here was wheat sprouting tender green a foot high among 100 sidings where it had spilled from the cars. There were high-shouldered tea-caddy grain elevators to clean, and the hospitals to doctor the wheat. Here was new gaily painted machinery going forward to reap and bind and thresh the wheat, and all those carloads of workmen had been slapping down more sidings against the year's delivery of the wheat. 2 towns stand on the shores of the lake less than a mile apart. What Lloyd's is to shipping, or the College of Surgeons to medicine, that they are to the wheat. Its honour and integrity is in their hands, and they hate each other with the pure, poisonous, passionate hatred which makes towns grow. If Providence wiped out one of them, the survivor would pine away and die, a mateless hate bird. Some day they must unite, and the question of the composite name they shall then carry already vexes them. A man there told me that Lake Superior was a useful piece of water, in that it lay so handy to the CPR tracks. There is a quiet horror about the Great Lakes, which grows as one revisits them. Fresh water has no right or call to dip over the horizon, pulling down and pushing up the hulls of big steamers, no right to tread the slow deep-sea dance step between wrinkled cliffs, nor to roar in on weed and sand beaches between vast headlands that run out for leagues into haze and sea fog. Lake Superior is all the same stuff as what towns pay taxes for, but it engulfs and wrecks and drives ashore like a fully accredited ocean. A hideous thing to find in the heart of a continent. Some people go sailing on it for pleasure, and it has produced a breed of sailors who bear the same relation to the saltwater variety as a snake charmer does to a lion tamer. Yet it is undoubtedly a useful piece of water. End of chapter 12. Recording by Tim Bulkley of BigBible.org.